Hello out there. Anybody? Anybody? Are you being dumb? Sorry, my cat's being dumb. Hello out there. Alright, we're doing good. I gotta get my cat his little catnip thing. Here you go, buddy. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I have some tournament administration to do, so let's just hop you over to the left-hand screen so you can see what I can see. So you see what I see, but not my DMs. Alright, it wasn't porn this time. Let's ping the people. Hey, little Trill, how you doing? Hey, name I don't know how to pronounce. Patrick. Everyone, we are live. I will shuffle, bracket on stream, and get this going. All right. And then we'll post on, get the fuck out of my way. Post on turn server. And that's about it, really. Yeah, well, now it's here. I don't know how many people actually check that. I guess we could also post here. Oh, God, there it is. All right, that should have stalled enough for Black Knight to sign up like you wanted to. So let's just refresh this quick. 16 of 21. Process check-in results. And then let's go to... I told Black Knight I'd get him a buy round, but it turns out we had 16 people exactly, which is really funny. All right, so let's go to participants. We'll shuffle them, and I'll match myself with Black Knight. And if he's not here by the time we cast our first best of 3, I'll just bypass him. So wherever Black Knight is, I'll swap myself with his opponent. Hardress ends up with Ian 0 again. Rip Ian 0. But yeah. Other than that, I feel like we're good to go here. So start the tournament. We are live. I will cast one series right away. Black, there was exactly 16 people, so I matched you with me. If you aren't home after first series, we will talk. Okay, and then post this. Yeah, so as you can see here, I told all the players, but we are going to do some of what we've been doing with our new player tournaments, where I start casting replays and try and stay behind the live games, because we've been having more lag recently. I don't know if it's just the players. I don't know if my internet's not being amazing. We have been having more lag when I'm trying to cast games live, and then there's long pick and ban phases and long army build phases, so... People have seemed to enjoy the new player format where I cast a couple games live, and then when replays start flowing in, I just start casting replays behind the curve so we can get more games in, less waiting around. But I will cast both semifinals and finals guaranteed. So yeah. We'll spectate Fat Kid at Recess and Haraz. I don't get to see Fat Kid on stream a lot, but he's a fun guy. So we'll get that going. Today's tournament is a sweaty, try-hard, best-of-3 tournament. Hello, Internet Man. Hey, Bob Man. Did we start? As of now, yes. Today is a sweaty, try-hard tournament. I don't know about Fat Kid at Recess because he's a bit of a memer, a bit of a PogChamp gamer. So you might see some shenanigans there, but every other stream you'll see today, sorry, best of 3 you'll see today, will be people picking the factions they think are best, taking the builds they think are best. Tomorrow, if you're looking for something a little less sweaty, tomorrow we have a best of 1 tournament with the 5 global bans per person. So before the tournament even starts, you take 5 factions and you DM me and you say, hey, Human Boy, for the whole tournament, I ban for myself and my opponents Tzeentch, Grand Cathay, Greenskins, Lizardmen, and Dark Elves. And every series that player enters, those 5 factions are banned. Their opponent has 5 bans of their own. Let's say none of them overlap. Like both players picked 5 completely different factions. All 10 of those are removed. So that will take us significantly down the tier list. So tomorrow you might see some more off-meta stuff. But today, let's see what people have cooked up for patch 4.1. What do people think is the strongest after all the changes? Are Ogres still super priority, or have they fallen quite a bit from all the cost increases and stuff? Is Kislev still a priority with the Auction Ambusher nerfs and Mamos Thankia nerfs? Or have they fallen quite a bit, right? Tzeentch is up there. Now, today, Kairos Fateweaver is banned. He's been banned in my Vermin League on my Discord because I just I don't find him interesting. And I talked to a lot of my mods, and we did a vote, and 11-1 said Kairos had to be brought down in some way. And we had discussed either just banning regrowth from him or banning him entirely. Banning him entirely had slightly more votes, and I voted that way because personally as an admin, I just didn't want to, I brought Kairos, but I forgot you can't take regrowth and all this stuff. I'm just like, it is way easier as a manager to just be like, fuck Kairos. Tzeentch has plenty of good lords, they'll be okay. So without Kairos, even though it's not a patch thing, we'll see if he's still super good in the tournament. Without Kairos, I think Grand Cathay will probably be the premium faction. We'll see. They also took some nerfs, but I don't think their nerfs were significant enough to take them out of S tier. So I think Grand Cathay will be top dog. And the pick and ban today is the same pick and ban that's used on our Vermin League, so players are used to training with it, so they should have their picks pretty lined up. I'll catch up with chat and stuff in a bit. Oh, there is no chat. No one's talking. Okay, well, that's great. That's awesome. Fuck you guys. The players I was going to spectate, one of them had to restart their game because they couldn't see any online lobbies, so that's why we're just sitting in the main menu. Sad Kairos got banned. I wanted to play Vermin League again. I mean, you still play Vermin League without literally the most broken and upsetting lore in the entire game. Tzeentch is still plenty fine. But there are so many games of just casting. Wow, Kairos with more wins of magic than anyone in the entire game. Cast Regrowth, the best spell in the entire game. More times than anybody else ever could. Wow, he heal capped 3 different knight units. And a Mutal Vortex Beast, and had a regrowth for himself. Wow, this is an interesting and good gameplay experience. And I'd also been talking to a lot of people around the scene and people at CA, and it just seems like nobody is happy with how Kairos is performing right now, so it's like, oh, all right. So hopefully CA will nerf him on the next patch. It just seems like it didn't make it into this patch. They were doing other things. On principle, I can't. All right, all right. Larry Mad, exactly. Hi, Copes. Tzeentch is still a very decent faction without him? True. Alright. We're going to our first best of 3. Aside from the ones I'll be playing in, this should be the only one we cast live. After this, it should be replays to try and minimize the downtime, minimize the lag. But obviously, first series of the day, I don't have any replays to cast. Also, I did originally have the stream scheduled to start an hour later, so there was no downtime at the start. But then I realized I would be playing. I just kind of blanked over that. And when I'm playing, I usually cast my own perspective through the tournament. So then it's like, oh, wait, how am I going to start a stream and be like, hey, guys, I'm 2 best of 3s into the tournament. You're entering in game 2 of the second best of 3. This is kind of cringe, so I just started it when the tournament started. Discombobulated. Yeah, discombobulated is like confused, put off kilter. Hey CJ, how's everybody doing? Looks like we have High Elves, Warriors of Chaos. High Elves build is ready. Warriors of Chaos build is getting itself together. So yeah, it does look like this is actually the first matchup. And we're pretty close to getting into games, so that's actually pretty nice pick and ban from these 2 players, moving right along. High Elves are doing chevrons right now, and Chaos has that awkward amount of gold, you know, where you're like, ugh, do I sell a Marauder and then get like a Marauder with spears? I don't really want the spears, but I don't really want to spend 180 gold on chevrons, so Chaos player is just doing some juggling, but we are already getting into our first game. So let's do it. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. I suppose I could wait to actually cast the builds, but it looks like Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal with Immutable Vortex Beast, so no healing for that big boy. And on the other side, Alariel with some Sisters of Avalorn. Okay. Okay. You like what I DM'd you? I'll be honest, I glanced at it. Let's look. That must be from the new Spy Family season. If I can remember based off one character model that looks like yours brother. Hives are a really strong faction. In Game 3, they're doing quite well. Yes. I wouldn't say they're like the best faction in the whole game, but they're up there. They're top half, for sure. Where they fall in top half, I'd have to really stop and think about it. Tier list video will probably be this upcoming week. I'm trying to decide if I'm doing it alone or if I'll get some people together. And do the tier list video like last time. So, yeah, but I also feel like 4.1 changed a lot of stuff. So it is actually a little intimidating to do a tier list where sometimes with cost changes, right? Cost changes are a little easier to do tier list things because you can just take the unit that got the cost increase or decrease. You can judge how significant it is to the roster, and then from there, judge how much of a change it even was. Like if you take Poison Wind Globes and you give them 25 gold, yeah, Skaven need Poison Wind Globes, but they can pretty easily shift 25 gold around. They can downgrade a clan rat into a Skaven slave and get 150 bucks back and not affect their whole game. But if you take rat ogres and add 50 gold to them, it's like, oh, well, I usually take 4 of those. So that's 200 gold. Do I downgrade 2 clan rats? That actually makes my front line significantly weaker. So you can think about that on a tier list. And that's not going to take them from like S to C, but that might be your decider between a B and a C. But 4.1 had a lot of systems fixes. And systems fixes span a lot of rosters, like Chariot's overall performing a lot better in both ways. They're easier to hit, which is bad for Chariots, but they do more damage and more impact damage, and they pull through infantry easier. Like, Chariot models are just working a lot better. Well, now I have to think of every roster with a Chariot, and then I have to weigh what the Chariots do. Like, for example, the Chariot fixes, they do more damage to infantry, but they're easier to catch, is terrible for the Empire, because war wagons are easier to hit. Oh, that's real bad. So the Empire takes a hit. But on the other side, for the Tomb Kings, their skeleton chariots do a lot more damage, and Slanesh chariots do a lot more damage, so those guys go up. So mechanics changes always make it a big patch for a tier list where I'm like, well, now this is complicated. It's not herder. Look at the units that got buffed and nerfed and do that. How are Waka's new maps? Waka? I don't know. Ogres, no fall down bullcrap. Are ogres supposed to fall down? Anyway, we have a game. 4 Fat Kid at Recess and the High Elves. We have 5 White Lions of Crace, Rahaga's Pride, 2 Sisters of Avalorn, a Noble on horseback, and Alariel the Radiant also on horseback with just Earthblood for her spells. And then we have a bunch of Valyrian Reavers, no Dragon Princes to be found. The other side for the Warriors of Chaos, we have Chaos Warhounds with Poison and Skull Crushers. It looks like 1 on each flank, if I'm not mistaken. A front line of Marauders, 2 Armored Chaos Trolls, a Mutal Vortex Beast, and a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal on a Manticore, Final Transmutation, and Searing Doom, plus the Tormentor Sword for a net. And he starts off the game very quickly with a Final Transmutation that hits like 4 units, does decent damage for an undercast, and it gets countered by Sister of Avalorn, Star of Avalorn heal, but decent stuff. How's 4.1 perceived? I have been having an absolute blast with it. I have been loving 4.1. I think it's real good. Some people don't like it. I don't know. It's just, I'm just having a very different experience than those people, but I'd say a majority of the people I talk to are having a good time. Now for the battle, Skull Crushers are going to be the dominant force in the flanks here. 4 Valyrian Reavers can't even kill 1 Skull Crusher, so 2 of them are going to go absolutely nuts. The High Elves do have a way better front line, though, with 5 White Lions versus 5 basic Marauders. I think even the Trolls won't turn that matchup. But the Sisters of Avalorn need to be put under threat. It looks like already Harez is doing a good job there, or Deft, whatever you want to call him. He has a Mutal Vortex Beast on top of 1, and Skull Crushers and Trolls on top of the other. So a lot of the High Elves' elite shooting is shut down. You're charging some Valyrian Reavers trying to shock damage these Marauders down to get them to rout, but it's not really such a big deal for Chaos. Chaos is really relying on this Mutal Vortex Beast, their Lord, and the Skull Crushers to carry this game. And they're off to a good start, like I said. Both Sisters being shut down. Valyrian Reavers already heading for the hills, and decent damage on the White Lions of Crace. Marauders are routing off. Big snipe attempt onto Larry. And the Mutal Vortex Beast is taking a significant amount of damage from this Noble who is following him around. Overcast to Earthblood actually hurts Larry for about as much as it's going to end up healing her. But that Noble is harassing the Mutal Vortex Beast, and it is trying to fight back a little bit, but seems to be having a hard time. Noble does have a pretty insane 67, 62, 67, sometimes flips up and down. Melee defense, so he can protect himself okay. Skull Crusher still massacring through Valyrian Reavers. Larry is getting very, very low. Rahaga's Pride is trying to shock down. It looks like the leadership of some of these trolls. Maybe they get the roar off soon. Larry's just trying to stay alive for the moment, but her heal cap's already within sight. 2 minutes and 40 seconds into this game. And another Final Transmutation coming down. Is it Overcast? No, it's Undercast, and Larry is currently in it. She needs to back off, but it doesn't look like she fully realizes what's going on yet, so she is going in deeper. And big shots onto the Noble from the charge of Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Metal, and the Skull Crushers of Khorne are surrounding him. Larry does another Overcasted Earthblood, but it knocks her out of the fight. And Skull Crushers are going to chase her down. The Noble is also routing. The High Elves are in mass exodus. Chaos will take round 1 with no healing whatsoever. Noble got pretty good value. Sisters of Avalorn both got shut down right away, so they really didn't get to play the game much. White Lions did all right. Valyrian Reavers did not have much to do. On the other side, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal got really insane value for only 2 undercasted Final Transmutations in a very short game. 2,400 is actually quite impressive. 2,700 on the Mutal Vortex Beast. Of course, that thing did well. Skull Crushers, honestly, also did great. Dogs did fine. And the Marauders and Trolls were just bodies that had to be heaped onto the fires of sacrifice. Excuse me. So, GG's there. I like the Chaos build. Took some different units. Like to see a Metal Manticore caster doing good work. Give Treachery Growth too. Alrighty. Game 1 is down. Doing their picks for the next game. And since this tournament is mirroring our Vermin League pick and ban system, there are no global bans today. Every faction is on the table. If you are curious, the pick and ban is player 1 picks 3 factions they would like to play, bans 1 from the enemy. The opponent can ban 1 of the 3, and then pick a faction to fight the remaining 2, and then from those remaining 2, the first player can pick 1. Example would be if you pick Wood Elves, High Elves, and Dark Elves, ban Grand Cathay. If your opponent went Warriors of Chaos, ban Dark Elves, you would have High Elves and Wood Elves to fight Warriors of Chaos, and maybe Fat Kid chose High Elves. Game 2, which we are on now, flips. So I believe Jeff would be picking 3 factions that I feel like playing. No, it'd be Recess. So Recess is picking 3 factions he feels like playing. And game 3, if we get there, is pick 2 factions you feel like playing, ban 1, and your opponent just picks a faction to fight either of the 2 you picked. You don't play with the modded land maps? No. Hammond, you know I don't do mods. Just not a mod guy. I play base game. Base game. I've tried modded stuff, modded tournaments, modded things, but not a ton of people sign up. In my experience. Looks like we have Ogre Kingdom's Norska. Actually a classic matchup. And I go back and forth about who it favored. I think I ended on last patch it favored Norska because Blood Penguin specifically had a really good Norska build that he could kind of clap my teeth with. But I didn't play with Iron Guts a lot. Some people who played with Iron Guts had better luck. But then, I mean... So the matchup was debatably Norska favored before the patch, and then post-patch, Norska didn't get any nerfs. And Ogre Kingdom's got several cost increases. So I don't know. I'm concerned, but I don't think the nerfs were enough to make this a one-sided matchup. I think Norska is like slightly favored, but it's, you know, if the Ogres win, I'm not going to be like, how did this happen? My God! Modded Skyrim is why he thinks mods are the devil. No, I just prioritize player base over anything. When you add mods, then you lose some people, right? Like, and not trying to shut it down, but I just don't want to get into the same argument I've gotten into like 5 times over the last, what have I been doing this for, 3 years? It's like, we can argue in circles all we want, but the numbers have been, whenever I host a tournament with any mod involved, no matter how minor, I get 5 or 6 people who sign up, and when I don't host one with any mod involved, I get like 16. So just more people play when I don't do modded stuff, and I'm not big enough yet. I think if you're as big as like Turin, not even talking about the Domination map pack, but like, let's pretend the Domination map pack doesn't exist. I think Turin could run a good modded tournament because he has the reach and he has the audience to, even if only 40% of people are going to sign up for a modded thing, he can get like hundreds of fucking people that want to play in his tournaments. So then, yeah, you can still get a 40-person tournament. You can get a pretty big tournament. But me, where it's like my reach is 16 people wanted to play today. If I get 40% of them, we're down to like a 6-person tournament. So I'm just not big enough yet to make modded tournaments work. And like, actually, as I'm saying that, yeah, case in point, Turin got a whole fucking community around to just play on modded maps for domination mode. And that's like reach that I just don't have. And he's the case in point of like, if you want modded tournaments, he's clearly made them work, but I'm just not big enough yet. Because Turin's modded domination maps are better than the base game domination maps. I think that's something we can all agree on. Even if you don't play domination, I think it's just well known in the community that the base game Dom maps, there's like 1 or 2 good ones and the rest are garbage, and the Total Tavern mod pack team do a really good job. Yeah. Is Turn even doing Warhammer content anymore? He hasn't done a Warhammer live stream in a month, and I think out of his last 9 videos, only 1 was Warhammer related. So I don't know. I can't tell if my viewership has been a lot higher because of patch hype or because Turn's not doing anything. So then people who want to watch Warhammer content might be finding us through the YouTube search algorithm, you know, where it's like, if you search Warhammer 3 stuff, if Turn posts a video, that's going to fucking come up first. But if he's not posting videos in Warhammer 3, then I guess mine might be coming up. I don't know. But our viewership's been insane on our videos. Like, one of my videos got 8,000 views. One of my videos got 5,000 views in the last 4 videos, I think. And before the patch, a good video for me was 1,600, and a bad video for me was like 700. So the range is definitely way up, and I can't tell if that's because the biggest player in the space isn't doing it or the patch. I mean, the obvious answer is probably a little bit of both. But I do wonder which has a bigger effect. Lamb sauce, bouge, Lil Trill. I stumbled in through YouTube recommendations, so there you go. Hell yeah. And we're happy to have you. And before the whole thing starts up, yada yada about like, oh, don't hate on Turin. I'm not hating on Turin. I'm making an observation. If he does Warhammer 3 content, I'm not going to be like, that son of a bitch. I'm going to be like, oh, all right, cool. But, yeah. We'll see. He's been really enjoying the new Age of Empires stuff from when I do talk to him. Because I do talk to him. Not a ton, but I talk to him. He was trying to get me to... He was like, you should sign up for our Age of Empires 4 tournament tonight. And I was like, nah, dude. This was a couple days ago. I bought Age of Empires. I briefly tried it, but I played a ton of Age of Empires 3 when I was a kid. And it felt too samey for me. Where I was like, I don't know. This doesn't have anything new for me, unfortunately. And I don't play multiplayer Age of Empires. I play campaign and stuff. So I'm like, ugh, do I really want to learn a whole multiplayer game? I'm really liking Warhammer right now. I don't know. I'll wait. So I'm not like against ever getting into Age of Empires 4, but it's not for me right now. But he's been going hard in the paint. He's fucking obsessed with Age of Empires right now. All right, let's cover these armies. Let's stop moving around so I can actually find them. For the Ogres, I see a lot of units that got cost increases. 4 Ogre Bulls, that's 200 more gold. 4 basic Noblars in the front. 4 Noblar Trappers, one of which is the Boglars of the Mad Marshes, meaning that's probably another 75 gold cost increase on these 3. I don't remember if it's 50 or 25 per Noblar Trapper. 2 Man-Eaters with Ogre Pistols, 2 Man-Eaters with Great Weapons, and a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with nerfed Troll Guts and Bullgorger. The other side, for Norska, do have the dog comps. They're very, very strong versus the Ogre Kingdoms. 3 dogs, 2 of which are Norscan Ice Wolves. 1 is a regular Poison Hound. We have 4 Skin Wolves with their anti-large and regeneration. They are great versus the Ogre Kingdoms. We have a front line of Marauders. No Marauder Spears, interestingly enough. 3 Marauder Hunter Javelins, which are great. We have a Sorcerer of Death with Spirit Leech, Doom and Darkness, and Aspect of the Dread Knight. And then Wulfric the Wanderer with Fight or Die, Hunter of Champions, Sword of Torgald, and Seafang. Okay. Some things I will mention about the Norska build that I don't like before we get too deep into it. I think you need a Metal Caster in case of Iron Guts, because then your Javelins can melt down Iron Guts, but luckily there aren't any. But that armor could have been a problem. And I think Wulfric doesn't need Seafang versus Ogre Kingdoms, but that could just be me. Anyway, we're off to the races. Man-Eaters with great weapons trying to hold back the Ice Wolves and Poison Dogs and Skin Wolves on the side, but they are really outmatched by Skin Wolves. Their low armor is not very good versus Skin Wolves, and they cost so much that Skin Wolves can tear them apart and really trade up in value, so I'm concerned. The Man-Eaters will do good damage, sure, but I mean, this is a fucking 1,600 gold unit fighting random 950 units and dogs and stuff, and look at how absolutely shreked this one is getting. Meanwhile, Noblars are trying to offer a little bit of support, trying to bail out the situation. And this guy is receiving healing at this very moment. He's getting wrecked that fucking hard. I'm so worried about that. But the Ogre Kingdoms are slamming the front line. Without Marauder Spears or Marauder Champions to really hold up that Norskan front line, they are kind of falling apart. The Ogres are able to chase off some of their Marauders, get army passive up to get even more healing, or get slows, or get terror for their army. And they are shutting down those Marauder Hunters with Javelins. It looks like 2 out of the 3 are offline. Nobblar Trappers are able to bail out the Man-Eaters' Great Weapons in the backfield. They are going to push off all these Skin Wolves, which is great, though the Man-Eaters paid a heavy cost to do it. Both Man-Eaters really taken down. And Norska is keeping right even on the balance of power. Now, with your healing getting nerfed from the Ogre Kingdoms, both sides do have healing, but I think the longer this game goes, the better it is for Norska. Their Skin Wolves are all going to slowly regenerate up, and they'll be just fine. Hunter of Champions plus a Spirit Leech. Epic Lord Snipe attempt here from Wulfric. The Sword of Torgald popped. He is up to 778 weapon strength, and the Slaughtermaster has so little armor that really doesn't matter that a lot of that isn't armor piercing. I'm surprised the Slaughtermaster hasn't been getting hit more. Wulfric is really shitting the bed on this duel, but there he goes. He gets another shot in. Man-Eaters with their pistols. One is entirely dead. The other one is fighting for their lives as the Great Weapons Man-Eaters are pushed away. And Nobblar Trapper is still trying to hold down this backline. But Wulfric sniping out the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is going to be a big problem for the Ogre Kingdoms. There goes their leadership and their healing. We'll see if Wulfric and the Skin Wolves can chase it down. The Norskan backline is compromised. The Ogre's backline is compromised. Nice Doom and Darkness on the Man-Eaters. Their leadership is holding for now, but we'll see if that remains the case. They're getting real close to routing. 5 leadership on those bad boys. But more Nobblar Trappers and Man-Eaters are coming in, so I think they should be able to secure this backline. Ooh, nice Sea Fang. Wow, the Doom and Darkness is enough to get rid of the Man-Eaters with their pistols. Deathcasters after Slaughtermaster. I think that is all she wrote for the Ogre Kingdoms. I think the Ogres can sweep up everything back here just fine. But Wulfric, a healthy Marauder, a very healthy caster, and regenerating Skin Wolves should be able to clutch this game up from this point. Man-Eaters fighting some Skin Wolves on the high ground. The Skin Wolves will win it if they stay in the fight. I worry their leadership is going to dip a little bit too much, though, because they are taking significant damage. Hazel is mad at something in the background for some reason. Can you play the Lost Calm Jurassic Normal mod? Is that the one with, like, the giant laser dinosaurs? Just play Age of War instead. I don't know what that is. Anyway, Shaman of Death kills off the Ogre leadership. You can see the white flags popping up all around the board as their leadership takes a nosedive from that Lord leaving. And that is going to be all she wrote for the Ogre Kingdoms. And Deft with a 2-0 win. GG's. Man-Eaters Great Opens, decent value on the back line. The Man-Eater Pistols really did not get a lot of value out. Ogre Bulls still performed quite well. Nobblar Trappers honestly did do pretty well overall despite their cost increases, and Nobblars did fine. On the other side, Wulfric the Wanderer really did great, sniping out the enemy Lord and providing support for that front line. Skin Wolves paying for themselves, worth their weight in gold in this matchup, and then the Dogs were just a nice little bit of support. Shame Sorcerer of Death did fine. Javelin Hunters actually had a bit of a hard time because the Ogres compromised that backline very quickly and shut them down. Fake gamer detected. I am, in fact, a fake gamer. It's true. It's true. I do enjoy being fake and a gamer. I see a lobby from someone else in the tournament. I am messaging them right now to hopefully let us in before they start. They are opening the lobby to us. The score is 1-0 I am now asking them who is the one, but we'll get in the lobby so they can, load into the game without waiting for me while I receive that answer. Segos and Sir Groot, an ODM Civil War. Both these players are very good. And Segos took game 1. Bretonnia Warriors of Chaos was matchup 1. Looks like Bretonnia took it. You think you're referred to as a noob? Shit happens, man. I'm a noob in Vermintide and Darktide. My friends from high school who I play with every weekend, they carry me. In Vermintide, I used to play Ironbreaker, the dwarf. Don't tell me his name. I should know it. Kruber, Saltspire, Sienna, Carillion, Barden Gorgson. Anyway, yeah, Barden. I played Ironbreaker Barden, and I had like a very supportive build. And on our higher difficulty runs, where they're all actually good at the game, I would have my taunt upgraded so it could taunt a boss. And then we had a Shade who would just run up behind the boss whenever I have it taunted and just get a ton of backstabs and kill it, or something of the like. Also, if someone went down, I would throw out my taunt near their body and then slowly walk away from them, and then my teammate could pick them up or something. So, yeah, I'm pretty bad at those games. Like, I hold my own. I shouldn't say pretty bad. Like, my accuracy is pretty good. I can usually shoot specials. I'm usually where I need to be. I just don't have like parry timing down. I don't know the weapons very well. Where like my friend who's really good at it, Dylan, will be like, oh, you have a one-handed axe. Well, if you do light attack, power attack, that's a good way to kill storm vermin. I'm like, dude, I don't fucking know that. I'm just gonna keep clicking. And he's like, why aren't you mixing in a heavy attack every other attack with the two-handed hammer? And I'm like, 'cause I don't know what it fucking does, and my screen is full of assholes right now. So that's what I mean by noob, but like, I don't know. We used to play Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, so I know how these team-based horde games work. I know how to be there. I know about resource allocation. I know where I'm supposed to be in fights and stuff. I'm just not really good at knowing what weapons are good at any point in time, or what their combos are. And same with Darktide. Darktide, I play the Flagellant guy. Yeah, I think it's an Inquisitor. I don't remember. Space Sigmar Priest. And I just have a bunch of things that increase my wound threshold and then stop me from going down. And then if we get really shit canned, I can usually suicide to get one of the better players up who actually knows how to win the game. Like sprint in there. Oh, I also, with the update from Darktide, the update that just happened, I got the talent where I have the book thing. So when shit starts going real nuts, I pull out this book and I just start like screaming. And everybody around me becomes invulnerable for a little bit. And then it's like, again, what I'm talking about is like, all right, you guys are all good at the game. I'm going to make you invincible. That's all I do here. You're invincible. Please win. Oh, one of you went down after the invincibility wore off? Or I'm going to just sprint at your corpse and pick you up. I went down to 1 HP. Great. I have 10 seconds before I can take any more damage. I'm picking you up no matter what happens. All right, you're up. Go kill stuff. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to go down in a second. See you later. So, yeah. Even my son beat me in Total War 2. Well, kids are always better at everything. Fucking kids. Biden Gorgson. Left 4 Dead 2 multiplayer stream run. I played it way back on the Xbox 360. I didn't even have it on computer. And then they released the DLC with all Left 4 Dead 1 maps. Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 were funny. I enjoyed Left 4 Dead 1 a lot more because I really liked the dark maps and the dark setting, and the music was a lot better in my opinion. where it's like, hey, there's a zombie apocalypse, and we're very sad and upset about that. Left 4 Dead 2 felt like a party, which I thought was strange. Like, I don't begrudge people who like Left 4 Dead 2. For me, I was like, I kind of want this to be like bleak and desperate, and then the music was very upbeat, and a lot of the maps were very sunny and nice, and I'm like, what's happening right now? Zombies are coming! Our friend just died! And then the music in the background, feeling good tonight. I'm like, what the fuck? Something's not right here. Something's not matching up. My best friend in the whole world just died, and you're playing like a upbeat dance thing, and the characters are making jokes to each other like, Rochelle just died. She owed me $15. You're not getting it back now. Not unless I can get to her pockets. Bro, she's dead. Calm down. Somber up for a second. But yeah, it's nice. Because Remnant 2 came out, and we play that together now, too, on the weekends. But sometimes, you know, when you're in a rut and there's not a lot of good co-op games that came out, you can always fall back on a Darktide or a Vermintide or a Left 4 Dead, because it's like, the base game formula is just good, and it's always good. You know? You and your friends versus insurmountable odds, go out there, use teamwork, and feel like legends. All right, how is this not going to be fun? It ages perfectly. Lizardmen versus Ogre Kingdoms. Getting to see Ogre Kingdoms yet again, and a very different Lizardmen build. 2 Temple Guard. Interesting. We'll pull it out in about 10 minutes from my closet. Yeah. Do you play any AoE 4? No, we talked about it earlier in the stream. When I played Age of Empires, I played a lot of it as a kid, and I played mostly campaign. Or a little bit with my brother, but we would my brother and I would be on the same team. We turn, so 2 of us, so we turn 4 AI on the hardest difficulty. But no, I haven't played a lot of AoE 4. I bought it, I tried a little bit of it. It's good, it's fine. It just it scratches the same itch for me as Age of Empires 3. So I think I would have to get into the PvP to really enjoy it, and I'm just not in the place where I want to invest in another PvP game. I'm enjoying Warhammer quite a bit. So, yeah. Yeah. I also get frustrated with Age of Empires style games for competitive because, it doesn't feel as rewarding for a good play in a way. There's a lot to it. I'm not trying to say it's a less intense game than Warhammer, but there's something about, I got a good cavalry flank, and I got Dragon Princes to charge Goblin Archers, and I delete the Goblin Archers. Feels good. Versus Age of Empires, I got my cavalry behind their archers, and now my cavalry limp up to 1 archer at a time and get, really slow attack animations, and it's a rear charge on archers doesn't give you that big shock damage dopamine hit of, I fucking did it! Yeah! It's okay, I mean, yeah, my cav's on the archers, so that's a good thing, but they'll finish it in about 8 to 10 minutes. You tried Lords of the Fallen? I have not. I am in Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice right now. But we have a game to cast, so everybody shush. Everybody shush! For the Lizardmen of Sir Groot, we have 2 Skink Skirmishers, 3 Saurus Spears with shields, 2 Temple Guard. Each Temple Guard has a Sacred Croxgore on top of it, one of which is the cohort of Huatl. Sacred Croxgore Regiment up right now. We do have a Life Slan with Earthblood and Flushed Stone, and then 2 Riperdactyl Riders, one of which is the Colostan Hunters with that anti-large. On the other side, for the Ogre Kingdoms, we do have a Hunter on a Stonehorn with anti-large armor-piercing missiles, and then armor-piercing anti-infantry melee attacks, but he'll be pretty good at side-charging Temple Guard and Saurus Spears in the late game, if we get there. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw with just his heal, nothing else. 4 Gnoblar Trappers, 4 basic Gnoblars in the front line. We do have some Ogre Bulls for a bit of that frontline support. He was tinkering with Iron Fist, but it looks like he ended up cutting all the Iron Fists. We have the Powder Guts, a single Lead Belcher, and a Mournfang Cav with great weapons. Try and kill some big dinos. We'll see how it goes. If the Lizardmen... If the Ripperdactyls are killed off, then these Lead Belchers could actually try and carry the whole game by just hard kiting the Temple Guard. Though with only 20 ammunition, I guess they'll have a hard time killing both Temple Guard through Flesh to Stone and shield the old ones and Earthbloods and shit. So, that's fine. Shit happens. Man-eater pistols are probably just going to shoot at Crocswords all game. They're a little better at that kind of thing with their single target. And they already are. Lizardmen moving up. Ogres really don't want the frontline fight in any capacity. Ogre Bulls, I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking shit about Ogre Bulls, but like, versus this Lizardmen frontline that's very expensive and very elite, Ogre Bulls are not going to get through Saurus very quickly at all. They will lose it over time, and it is about buying time for these Lead Belchers and Man-eater pistols, and even the Hunter on his Stonehorn to get shots out. So the Ogres want their frontline to last. The Lizards want their frontline to win. Sacred Crocswords getting a little bit ahead of their Temple Guard support as Nobblar Trappers and Lead Belchers and Ogre Bulls are making them pay for their transgressions. Hunter is in the fight, but so are the Powder Guts. They're staying in the front line. They're not backing off and kiting at all. And here comes the big dive attempt. Ripperdactyls realize they need to kill off the Lead Belchers, and they're going for it. Flesh of Stone giving them 66% physical resistance. Then their Toad Rage gives them extra damage. They are getting good trades in the backfield. The Rippers without the Flesh of Stone are getting completely fucked up. But the ones with it are doing okay for now. They're getting good damage out. I don't know if they'll be able to kill the Lead Belchers, but we will see. For the front line, the Lizards not having the best time. Some Sword Spears got delayed, protecting these Skink Skirmishers in the background. Otherwise, they're grinding away, which is the Lizardmen style. They don't do anything that quickly. But both Ripperdactyls are down, and the Lead Belchers are still alive. 8 out of 16 models, so half their damage capacity is gone. But that is a tough loss for the Lizards in the backfield. Sacred Crocswords and Temple Guard trying to push forward. They really know they have to take out the range capacity of the Ogres because they're losing agency in this game quickly. You know, if it is just a bunch of Saurus and a Salon limping after Ogres, Ogres are going to be able to kite and cycle charge you out, so they need to shut them down. Getting the Lead Belchers to rout is good. Blood Statue Despite also damaging them. The Man-Eater pistols are allowed to kite. There's only so much you can do about that. Earthblood trying to heal some things up. Looks like they're shooting at the Quarter Bottle, which is smart. I wouldn't shoot the Life Salon. Life Salon's going to heal up. He has a ton of resist. He has all this stuff, and he doesn't do any damage to you. So, unless you can guaranteed kill a Salon in like one big engagement, like Imric with a net caster, and you net the Salon all on their own, and Imric can dive on him or something. But if you're just doing poke damage, always do poke damage to stuff that actually does damage back to you, because Salons are so deceptively tanky that it's tough. And yeah, the Salon's going to heal whatever you're shooting, but that's how healing do. You're just going to have to get through it. Man-Eater Pistol's doing a bit of that kiting we're talking about. Saurus Spears while they try and chase him. We'll take a rear charge from the Hunter. Let's see how good of a charge he even gets. He gets a decent one. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but it's a decent one. Nice heal coming in for the Mournfangs. Lead Belcher's still routing off as these little Skink Skirmishers are doing the work of the gods, routing off 2 Nobblars and the Lead Belchers while shooting backwards into Ogre Bulls and getting them to rout too. Ripperdactyls are also returning. That is a really good outcome for the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen's central forces are doing quite well, like we said. The Temple Guard are winning the front line. No one is really surprised. Saurus Spears are also trading very effectively up. But I mean, come on, man. If you take 2 Temple Guard, a bunch of Crocswords into some Ogre Bulls and Nobblars, if you don't win the front line, something is dangerously wrong with this game. So yeah, they're winning the front line. Overall, I think the Ogres are extremely happy with how this game has gone. Losing the Lead Belchers is tough, but you did get 2 Ripperdactyl Riders for that effort. But your Man-Eaters are very healthy. The Mournfangs have gotten some healing and are all doing well. The Hunter is able to isolate and kill off some Saurus. And the central blob of Lizardmen, while it won the frontline fight, it's not looking super great. He's going to need a lot of Earthbloods to heal him up, which he has. He has, but it's not like they roasted your front line, didn't take any damage. Lead Belcher's almost off by the Ripperdactyls that have rallied. Manny Pistols killing off these skink skirmishers. And the Mournfangs and Hunter are trading off attacks with these Saurus Spears. But man, Saurus Spears are hardy combatants, and especially versus Ogres, they just have a field day with whatever wants to take a fight with them. Gnoblars are too shitty to kill them off, and anything else is large, and they can poke it down. So, Saurus Spears, having a grand old time. The Salon and the Croc Scores and the Temple Guard are chasing into the woods, trying to catch up with all these man-eater pistols. And the Ripperdactyls finish their task of chasing off those two Gnoblars and killing the Lead Belchers outright, so they could return soon. Maybe get a little bit of healing. Unlike Vampire Counts, it's not like they're getting models back, but healing is still healing. But a nice downhill charge from the Mournfang Cav into Sacred Croc Scores, who got a little separated out from the Salon. Salon is well within range to throw down some Earthbloods, but this is still a good charge, getting really good value. And those Saurus Spears on the top field did get routed. Bounce power is back to about even, and the Ogres do have to be careful. They have to chase things off. Especially Saurus have such high leadership, and Lizardmen have so much healing that anything that comes back can quickly get back into fighting shape quite quickly and tenaciously. It's not like Skaven where, okay, I let a Skaven Slave Spear run away and then it rallied, but if I charge it one more time, it's just going to break. It's like, no, Saurus can kind of fuck you up. Big committed fight from the Ogre Kingdoms, which is not what they want at all. They need to be really cagey right now because all their power is in the Man-Eaters on the high ground with their pistols. Hunter is trying to get some cycle charging up, with Mournfang Cav taking a lot of damage. Slaughtermaster is way deeper in here than I think anybody wants him to be, and the Ogres are getting a little bit of a lead back on the balance of power, but it's not a comfortable lead by any margin. Temple Guard are not ITP. They could tear out eventually. The Hunter's trying to get some shots in onto the Life Salon. Man-Eater pistols are back within shooting distance. Only 8 ammunition left on those guys. I wonder how many shots they burned into skinks, whether it was their choice or not. You know, sometimes units with hybrid melee and range stuff, sometimes even if you fire well off, they'll shoot some shots. I know Sir Groot specifically, the Lizardman player, had some issues with some of his skirmish cavalry firing even though he had fired well off last patch. So. Gnoblar Trappers firing in. The Lizardmen are starting to break though, and that is the first good news for the Ogre Kingdoms I've had in a little bit here. We have a Saurus and a Croxagore on their way out. Temple Guard, one of them's getting real low. The other one's receiving some healing right now. I don't know. This could go either way right now. Because the Lizardmen are looking rough. But like I said, the longer this game goes on, they're going to out-heal the Ogres after all those nerfs. But we do have some stuff really close to breaking. And if it breaks and the Ogres actually take the time to run it down, then they'll be just fine. Man-Eater Pistol still firing in. Blood Statue, despite offering just a little bit of damage for them. 6 volleys left on those guys. Croc Scores, like we said, are routing. Ooh, big opportunity here. Temple Guard have walked away from the central fight. Now, with getting shot in the rear by the Gnoblar Trappers, if these Mournfang Cav can take a second and just come rear charge these guys, it could break the Temple Guard and chase them down. A lot of big tear outs coming in. This is a moment the Ogre Kingdoms could take just complete control of the game. And remember that the Lizardman balance of power is wildly held up by a full health Salon, even though a Salon at 1 HP is just as effective as a Salon at full HP, so he doesn't really matter. What does matter if the Ogres can route these units and stay on their ass. But it looks like the tear routes didn't turn into natural routes, which is a big problem. The Court of Waddle being this healthy is also quite concerning. And the Mournfang Cav getting whittled down. Segos needs to pull them out. He's going to need to reserve them as just chasing down units. They can't really be mainline combatants, but it looks like he doesn't back them off. He does take a lot of damage, and the Lizardmen are taking control now, pulling ahead on the balance of power, and I definitely agree from the state this game is in. I don't know how you kill off all these lizards anymore. We do get some nice routes. Maybe if the Hunter and the Slaughtermaster can keep chasing after these guys, route them off. These Croxors should come back. They're at 0 leadership already. But on the high ground, Temple Guard, Sacred Croxagore healing up. They have a Salon friend. The Ogres are just out of ammo. Side charge from the Hunter onto the Saurus. Unfortunately, he stops right away. Sometimes you get that nice juicy charge down the whole line. Sometimes he stops in the first model he hits. It's just kind of inconsistent. Cold Blood is the only thing keeping these Saurus in the fight, and even then they tear her out. But this Hunter from Segos needs to stay after the Temple Guard. They're going to come back. Temple Guard, Temple Guard, Temple Guard. Fuck! Alright, they're back. Army concern. The Hunter does have a lot of ammunition left if he can ever get the space to throw at Crocsgores or the Slon or something. He's going to charge in on the cohort of Waddle now. Noblar Trapper support. Noblar is also running in to offer their bodies. Powder Guts, are they going to keep kiting away, or are they going to turn and fight at the last moment? It looks like they're going to keep trying to kite away. And the Hunter is going absolutely apeshit in the background. Terror Out's off a Saurus Spear already. Temple Guard's also going to Terror Out off. There they go. So now there's no infantry support for the cohort of Waddle and the Slon for right now. But again, the Lizards are rallying in the distance, getting some of their units back. Strangely, those Crocsgores are still at 0 leadership, so I guess they're just not coming back. Can the cohort of Waddle and the Slon really clutch this out? Damage value is also extremely close through this whole game. The Temple Guard have rallied. Their Terror Out did not turn into a real one. Heal Cap is approaching for the Hunter. Heal Cap is approaching for the cohort of Waddle and this Temple Guard. But there's still another Temple Guard, another Saurus Spear with plenty of healing left to get. Trying to return to this fight. Manual Pistol's getting a Butcher. That is a nice big heal for them. They have 3 ammunition left. Looks like they're going to spend it on the cohort of Waddle. But Shield the Old Ones is offering them 20% damage resistance for right now. And I have to think there's another Earthblood coming up soon. Unless there's been more Flesh to Stones than I noticed, and he's actually running out of Winds of Magic. Should have a Earthblood pretty quickly here. Noblar's starting to break. When Noblars break, they usually send other Noblars breaking, and without extra support, all of a sudden these Lizardmen units will start trading back a lot more effectively into the Ogres when there's less Noblars in their way, eating up those extra attacks. Temple Guard and Saurus Spear still returning to the fight, trying to get over here next to the Slon and support him. And the Hunter, plus all these guys, are trying to finish the fight before those reinforcements come, specifically onto the cohort of Waddle, who are Terror-Outed off and pushed away here. So they'll stop doing that dazed, that melee defense thingy. Minus 10 melee defense when they hit something. But man, the Temple Guard's still going to be a fucking problem. Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded! Keeping the Temple Guard in the fight for now. Nice side charge from the Hunter. Gets big damage on a downhill charge. Takes out the rest of the Temple Guard unit. And is going to rout them for real this time. Other Temple Guard are here, but they've been separated from the fight for so long. I think they're going to Terror Out again. Because I don't think they're immune anymore. They've been gone for too long. And man, that Hunter just killed 2 Temple Guard units in the blink of an eye. Did insane damage to them. And the Saurus Spears are here now. All of a sudden, the Lizardmen... Are the Lizardmen out of gas? Another heal from Segos onto the Hunter. That will hit him at his heal cap, but he's gotten rid of everything besides the Slon at this point. The Man-Eater pistols still have 1 volley left. They're going to use it to rout off and maybe shatter the cohort of Waddle. Nope. It'll come back 1 more time. But yeah, the Life Slon is all alone. And that'll be it. A very close game. I thought the Lizardmen had it, but then that Hunter got in just insane downhill charge onto 2 different Temple Guard units, taking them out. 2,900 value for the Hunter, 2,200 on the Manual Pistols, 1,900 for the Mornfang Cav. Lead Belchers got shut down by that kamikaze flight of the Valkyries. Noblar Trappers did really, really good work. Ogre Bulls and Noblars did okay. Temple Guard are going to be a problem, but not for me. Crocsgores, the cohort of Waddle, excellent value, 2,600 for them. The other Crocsgore, unfortunately, got just shot in the head behind the barn. Ripperdactyls did okay. Temple Guard, pretty good. Saurus Spears, okay. King Skirmishers did fine. Ordered the Rippers to chase the Belchers, and they did it 2 to 3 times. When stuff was routing, or before? All right, let's get the blocker back up. We have some replays flowing in now, so there will be no more pick and ban phases or lag until I play. I'm going to message my opponent and see if he's home. Yo, yo. How's it going? He needed some time to get home from work, but if it's going to take too long, we'll drop him. If it's going to take too long, we'll drop him. He's typing to me now. All right. He's going to be stuck at work for another good long time, so we're going to drop him. Which means I'll move forward, and I will just start my game with the Phoenix King. Now, like the blocker says, but in case you didn't catch that, this is a tryhard tournament. I will be playing what factions I think I am best at, also what counters my opponents. So I'll be doing serious picks, no trolling around, no trying to be entertaining for that aspect. Also, my builds will be serious and stuff like that. So if I lose, then I just lose. But I will not be accepting requests. What's the highest amount of people you had watching a stream? Technically, we had 200 people watching our patch notes, but aside from a patch notes video, 90. We had 91 watching the Anticity Finals thing back when he used to run a ladder. I'm going to invite Phoenix King. We'll get this rolling. Map. Sword of Torgold. Oh, I'm already on it. What a quinky dink. Okay. I am first pick. Also, the thing with the pick and ban, you might be like, why did you pick those 3 factions? I'm not equally practiced on all factions. So while Warriors of Chaos is very strong right now, again, I don't know where they are in the top of the meta. I'm not a very good Warriors of Chaos player at all. I'm very bad at them. So they're just like not in my pick 3 because I can't play them very well. So you might be like, well, that's a stupid pick 3. Yeah, I'm better at some factions than others. So my pick 3 here is going to be Skaven. Sword Turtle is a bad map for Vampire Coast. I have been playing a lot of Coast, but it's a bad map for Coast. Greenskins has been generally doing good for me, even after the nerfs. And I'll put in... Beastmen, because this map is small and the sightlines aren't very good. I've been having some fun on Beastmen recently. I do okay on them. They're not my best faction, but I do okay on them. And this map is small with lots of terrain pieces that block my line of sight, so I need melee-focused factions. I did take Skaven. I have some stuff that can work even on a map like this, but it is just a comfort thing. Skaven are by far my best faction, so I'll put them in the pick 3. Greenskins Beastmen, very melee-focused factions, so the terrain won't matter as much here. I banned Dark Elves. I know my opponent plays Dark Elves and High Elves very, very well. Skaven counter High Elves, and then I have some ideas on how to beat High Elves with either Greenskins or Beastmen. Dark Elves, I feel like in the global sense, Beastmen can do fine into Dark Elves. Greenskins can maybe do fine into Dark Elves. And Skaven can do fine into Dark Elves. But I personally really struggle in all 3 of those matchups. So I would not want to face his Dark Elves as any of those factions. He said, I ignore your ban and pick Dark Elves. So anyway, my point being, I think I have some picks against High Elves, which is his best faction, and I banned his second best faction. Surprised you don't get more viewers? Welcome to the algorithm, my friend. He's thinking. He switched over to Empire. I'm not sure if he's actually going Empire. Or if he's thinking. Because sometimes people just want to look at the roster and think about what they could do. Alright, he's going Empire. He needs to ban one of my 3. So we'll see what he gets rid of. I have some Skaven schemes here, but I don't love it. I think... sorry. I think if he bans... He's in the chat, but there's a delay, so... We'll see if he's listening. I think he's going to ban a second here. I think if he doesn't ban Greenskins, I'll go them. If he does ban Greenskins, I'll go Skaven. Beastmen and Empire is one of those that, like, I haven't figured out. When I play Empire, I get rocked by Beastmen. But when I play Beastmen, I feel like I just can't do anything, and I get my shit kicked in. I already banned Skavens. Let's go Greenskins. Greenskins versus Empire. Oh, yes. Ouija Woo? Well, if you throw a subscription on that channel, you'll always see us go live. But yeah, Turn's definitely the biggest. For multiplayer content, it's probably me and Dav after that. Dav doesn't live stream very much at all anymore, but I'm around. I stream maybe 3-4 times a week. We have a new player tournament every week, and I try to host some other stuff. It was a little quieter for a bit because everybody was waiting for this patch, but after this patch, we're up and rolling again. Well, time to go pick words. Oh, shit. Yeah, welcome to the oh, shit. Welcome to the oh, shit. Welcome, welcome. You only do land battles? Mostly, yeah. I don't do a lot of domination. I'm not trying to be a shit heel when I say this. I don't find it interesting. That doesn't mean you can't find it interesting. It's just not my preference. I enjoy land battles. It's more my jam. Also, I'm not very good at domination, which could be affecting why I find land battles more interesting, is it's something I'm good at. So, yeah. No, I 99.99% of the time just do land battles. That's me. The land battle douchebag. It's him, the fucking land battle degenerate. I'll subscribe for domination content is content. Well, if you haven't heard of the Wild Platy, he comes and goes, but he's a really good domination player who makes domination content. He hasn't put anything up for a bit, but like I said, he comes and goes. So that's another thing worth checking out. What am I worried about with Empire? I don't have a lot of SEM killing in this build right now, but how many SEMs do they really have? They just have Franz, Boris, or Volkmar, who are all your lords. I'm only seeing one of them, and I have some things to kill that. But this, it feels like I don't have enough. I have a ton of infantry killing. What about heavy cav? I don't know. I don't have a lot for heavy cav. Cut you guys. What's the point? Why would I take those? When I have these. And those. And then I can get more stuff to stop cav. But what does that even mean? I guess trolls. But Boris exists. Boris is one of the best fucking leadership debuff things in the whole game. He's just gonna route my trolls, so why would I do that? Could do that. Where can I get 100 gold back? Squigs? Could cut some squigs. I kind of wanted to try these, but I might need the gold. Could also cut this. Yeah, I'll cut that. Oh, I need 5 gold. Fuck! Greenskins with your stupid ass prices. 5 gold. How am I gonna find 5 gold? Let's just do that, girl. Cut a squig. Get a goblin instead. This could be okay. I'm very curious how this will work out. I'm not sold it's the best build ever, but we'll try it. I haven't gotten to try this matchup since Warzag got nerfed. I worry my Orc Boarboy Biggins are going to have too little melee attack to do Jack Diddly Fuck against Empire Knights. Because they have 12 bonus versus large. Okay, that's a little better than I thought. What spells did I take? Yeah, this could be okay. This is risky. I have a very risky build, but if it works, it'll be really cool. If it doesn't work, then I'm just being a fucking idiot. Are goblins even worth it without Warzag? Versus the Empire? Yeah. Certain factions, no. I started taking Savage Orcs instead, but versus the Empire, it's fine. The Empire frontline has decent melee defense, but I do need bodies still. I can't just have squigs. Because spearmen will trade really well into them, huntsmen will shoot them. So I need some bodies there to kind of protect the squigs a little bit. I don't want to reveal my whole build since we're still in the build stage, but I have some other ideas to get through that front line. But once I get through the front line, I need bodies to just be annoying, be a pain in the ass that he has to deal with. But I do think you have a point that without Warzag, it's not like goblins are going to win the frontline fight anymore. They'll just do fine. Double Giant? No, because again, Giants are really good at dueling SEMs, and the Empire doesn't have a ton of those. They only have really Boris, Franz, and Volkmar, and all of those are in your Lord slot. The Empire's threats are ranged, infantry, and cav. Which, cav was the part I was struggling on. I have a ton of shit to kill infantry. Greenskins never have a problem getting through Empire infantry. It's all their fucking cav. So I don't know. And then, of course, killing Boris, but I had some stuff to deal with that. I just didn't want to overdo it. But yeah, if you have like 2 giants, I mean, sure, you'll kill Boris if he lands in front of your giants and fights them, but he can just walk away and then go somewhere else where your giants aren't. And meanwhile, they're probably getting shot by huntsmen or fucking cannons or whatever. Poked down by spears. Oh, yeah, you're right, Coops. Thanks for keeping me honest. I've been doing too many best of one new player tournaments where I didn't have to keep track of the score. You're right. Good catch, Coops. Your commentary is pretty good. Thanks. There's a guy facing the Packmaster. Can't make it out. Sisters of Twilight. It's an old screensaver. So we'll see how this works out. I am taking Snotling Pump Wagons. I haven't seen anybody try them since the 4.1 update, but they were still pretty good in 4.0, and they were very good in 3.1. They're relatively cheap at only a 650 price point, and I wonder if they'll perform for me like Tomb King's Chariots did in a game I played against Bretonnia, where they just rolled through the rolled through the Bretonnian front line and got onto the archers, which is all I need them to do. If they kill the archers, great, but all I'm hoping they'll do is get onto the archers and stop them from shooting my squigs and such. So we'll see how that goes. Then deal with Cav. I have some Savage Orc Boar Boys. With their physical resistance, they don't have a lot of armor, but they do have physical resistance. That'll be okay. I'm mostly grabbing them for their frenzy and their higher melee stats to try and get through the Empire melee defense without Warzag to give me the global buffs that I usually relied on. And then I do have the Broken Tusks mob to give encourage to this right flank where my Lord's not going to be even close by at all. So they'll need that. I'll also put my 2 skirmish cav over here for some poison and some armor piercing. So we'll have a pretty serious cav component on the right side. I have the AP Loons for a bit of unbreakable chicanery on the front line. And then Black Orcs to provide some real meat and potatoes after the front lines collide. So that's the idea. I did take, this is the biggest risk, is I took the Goblin Great Shaman. He's on a wolf with pretty insane speed. He's very cheap, so my army is much wider. I took Vindictive Glare. I don't know how it performs after the homing updates. Maybe it's better, but also I took Curse of the Bad Moon, which also got a buff. And it lowers melee defense and armor. So if I can actually pair him, that's what I was going to do. If I can pair him with my Boar Boys, I could lower the melee defense and armor of the Empire Cav and maybe get some more done with it. So we'll see. And then he has Don't Even Try It, which is just like a Spirit Leech, doesn't cost 1 of magic. So, I don't know. We'll see if he's worth it. I think that could be the biggest opportunity for this build to be dog shit, is if he's just a bad Lord and I made a mistake, then might be a bad build, but we'll see. It has potential to work, but... Okay, so I want my infantry to push up. I don't want my cav to go just yet because they're so, my chariots either. They're so fast they'll get there in a heartbeat, so that'll be fine. These guys need to go set up a flank though, so we can get that moving. What do we have? Arch Lector, a light wizard with net, and then an assload of handgunners and outriders with grenade launchers. Okay. So outriders are going to kill off my goblins, which is fine. That's all the goblins are there for, in all honesty. They live to die. I do want you guys not to get grenaded, so let's fall back a little bit with the 8 Loons. No, not the squigs. Specifically not the squigs, the goblins. Alright, 8 Loons are falling back a little bit. Black Orcs, I'm going to give them attack orders just in case the battle gets confusing and I get lost in the sauce. I need them to keep moving forward, but for now, let's get our cav set up on the sides. Okay. Now I can start giving you guys some orders to go get in there. Get the squigs to move up. Let's get the chariots in for now and see how they do in general. Alright. Just gonna go be annoying for now. I'm gonna throw a Vindictive Glare out just because I want to see how much damage it does and whether or not I should be using it all game on those guys. Yeah, it does pretty good damage. That's nice. Alright. Let's go into here. And then these Savage Orcs are going to peel off. We'll keep getting good damage out here. And then I'm going to chuck Curse of the Bad Moon into this area, but meanwhile, some of my pump wagons are getting caught up on enemy cavalry. We need to keep it going in the back line. I fucked up on this flank entirely, so that's just flat out my bad. As we're passing by, let's fuck up these spears and then keep going, but we do want to hit the back line first. So we're doing what we can over here. Vindictive Glare Caster's a little caught. Let's back off over here. First Wah is out. We've already taken pretty significant damage. I guess we're just... Flappers are just fighting that now, I guess, because that's just how this is going for me. We've routed off those guys, but I don't care about it at all, so we need to get the Boar Boys into the backfield for now. We're getting kited out pretty good. Let's chase down those grenade launchers with this guy. You are very stuck, and that is pissing me off. My wolf has no mass, so I can't get out of this fucking thing, and that's really bad. Okay, so my lord got sniped by just the fact that goblin wolves can't get out of infantry at all, and that's really annoying. Send out a spinner while you chase. You guys move in on here. My goblin should be able to outrun this guy. He has 78 speed, I have 92, but he's fucking catching me because of reasons. But he killed off some stuff. Dude, seriously? Fuck off! Get away from my guy! Come on! Don't be that way. He's fucking catching my 92 speed goblin because reasons! I hate this game sometimes. You bastards. Whatever. Alright, Boar Boy's going absolutely nuts. And then let's charge into these guys. Dude, he fucking kept up with my guy the whole fucking time! You piece of shit! God damn it! I hate that fucking charge thing. It's not even a bug, it's just charge bonus lasts forever. And charge bonus also applies to speed, which isn't super bright. If I'm being honest. Alright. So I'm gonna go through those guys, but then I need my skirmish cav to chase down those grenade launches. Black Orc's gonna beat up these guys, but I lost my lord, so my leadership took a fucking nosedive. That's looking like it. The Goblin Caster being literally unable to escape from halberds because he thought about hanging out with them one time. Doomed to the game, but I get kited from this point, so I lose. Fuck. Oh, cat needs to be let out. Hey, buddy. I hate that infinite charging thing, man. Do you really need Black Orcs against Empire? They're really good for staying power. The Empire's not good at clearing out heavy infantry. I think Pump Wagons still sucked. The Goblin Lord on paper looked good. His spell kit still kind of sucks, but on paper he looked good. The fact that 92 speed doesn't keep him safe from an Empire Lord with 78 speed is a big fucking problem. That's not his specific fault. This is a game mechanic. So if I change this, probably get rid of those. Probably get rid of those. Could get more skirmish type cav just to be more annoying and harassing the backfield, something like that. But it is what it is. Yeah, the Lord didn't work out. Too bad Pump Wagons are mid, they're a funny unit. Yeah, they're just too... They were too easily countered by his cavalry, which the Empire's going to have a lot of. I wanted it to disrupt his backline, but they didn't last enough to even be a good disruption piece. I think an Orc Boar Chariot would be better for that, because they just have better leadership and better stats, so they could stay in for a bit longer and just be more of a nuisance. But, oh well. I was trying a different build. It didn't work out for various reasons. Foot Azhag could still be the best lord there. Could. But my main problem is getting kited. I worry a Foot Lord is just contributing to the problem instead of helping me alleviate the problem. Tricky. Are there matchups Grom's good in? Some people like him. My opponent's telling me to go watch the Blast. So he wanted me to see his Blast spell. Black Orcs need more melee attack? Yeah, I think they're an okay unit overall, but for their function on the roster, they do need some more melee attack because they've so many armored infantry in the game have insane melee defense, and then it's like Black Orcs with 36 melee attack, no bonus versus infantry, and no frenzy. They're just not going to get through it. Like Ironbreakers, Infernal Ironsworn, Cathay, things like that. Where I mean, shit happens. Like, those units should be tanky, but, like, 36 versus 60 defense is I think it's too far in one direction. So Black Orcs can use, like, 5 more melee attack or something. Or bonus versus infantry. Anyway, I'm supposed to be watching for a blast, so I'm going to try and watch this guy specifically. There goes Vindictive Glare. Vindictive Glare did alright. I was happy with that. And then Savage Orc Boar Boys charge in, get good damage on the Royal Altdorf Gryphites. We're happy with that. And then there's a net onto my Savage Orc Boar Boys. There goes Curse the Bad Moon. Does okay damage. Does okay damage. And then this guy runs in. And gets surrounded. Still waiting for this blast. Don't know what it was. Yeah, now he's just like literally stuck. I can't move through these. These aren't even halberds. They're just spears. Can't even move through the spears. I'm just fucking perma-netted. Oh, wolf mounts. You fucking suck. Alright. Wolf Goblin not the way. I imagine it's coming up here if he has a sideways shot. That's a pretty good blast. A third of the health off of Black Orc, killed off a Squig. Not bad. Alright, he went High Elves, Wood Elves, and Lizardmen, ban Grand Cathay. I need to know what the map is before I pick something. I know I need to update his Ska. Mortis Waste. Oh, it's a nice open map. Okay. That's looking like a VP angle, but let me look at it again. High Elves, Wood Elves, Lizardmen, ban Grand Cathay. Okay. VP. Do I want to fight Wood Elves with Vampire Coast? Oh, he didn't ban Skaven. Hold on, let's just go Skaven. Yeah, okay. Skaven ban Wood Elves. I'm so used to playing Skaven game 1 that I'm not used to counterpicking with Skaven. Grieven, yeah, I fucked up the time. That's on me. Fucked up the time. I didn't realize that me playing in a tournament means I have to start from the beginning. So. Guess I'm just dumb. He's going Lizards. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. You're set. You're set. Fuck you. Fuck you. Cut all of you. Let me figure this out. What's the point? What's the point of that? Okay, how does this look? I'm trying to remember my Lizardmen build offhand. Oh, it's gonna be difficult. No, it's not on you. I was gonna start an hour late, so that the tournament could start and people could get me replays, and then I'd cast replays so I don't have to do lag or pick and ban phases. But then like I said, I forgot I was playing in this one, so it's like, well, what was I gonna stop mid-series and turn around and start up a fucking stream while my opponent waits on me? Like, it was just not thought out. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb guy. Alright, what if I get rid of all of you? Do we need all of you? What was the point? Could get another Rat Ogre if that's the case, but why? What's the point? Rat Ogres aren't even that good in this matchup. Yeah, I still think this might be correct. Sure. Have Biggins become worth taking the price? I take Savage Orc Biggins in specific matchup. Orc Biggins? Not really. It's very matchup dependent, though. Something about this build doesn't seem correct, but I'm struggling to think what it is. But why bother with those? What's the objective, human boy? Oh, hey, I'm human boy. I'm dumb. I take dumb units because I'm dumb. I take bad units because I'm stupid. I'm really fucking stupid. Sure. Let's just take that, dude. I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now. I'm so high right now. But that's so... It's so thin. Like, it's so fucking thin. No, I can't do that. I can't, in good conscience, do that. Okay, we have these. And then let's get another one of those. That's better. That's looking better. Are we still stupid? Yep, we're still stupid. I love being stupid. It's my favorite thing. People walk up and they ask me, they're like, you boy, you being stupid today? And I'm like, I guess. Guess I'm just being fucking dumb. Alright, that's fine. Why don't you save your builds? They change forever. I'm just over it. I'm over it, man. I don't care about anything anymore. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Can we get... How'd your Thanksgiving go? Human boy went pretty well. Went pretty well. Bring double mutant rat ogre. I did bring a mutant rat ogre into vampire counts, and while it paid for itself, plus a little bit extra, and it was like a good unit for the matchup, it still drives me off the fucking wall that, like, I'm not just being comical. You can ask Salinator if he's around somewhere. He was the one I was fighting against. But he had a Dragon Lord, and his Dragon Lord was trying to kill my Packmaster while surrounded by Eshin Triads, Plague Monks, Clan Rats, other shit. Like, the only thing left on the map... There was a desync. Excellent. The only thing left on the map was this dragon, and every so often, you would just fucking see... my mutant rat ogre go flying out of the blob while it wasn't even trying to attack him. We desynced, so I'm just inviting him back to a different lobby. But like, it was so funny, like, fighting, rah! Hey, there he goes. Fighting, rah! Hey, he left the fight again. Fighting, rah! Oh, he's flying away. You know what's fun? Is the enemy lord has literally never looked at you. And the mutant rat ogre's like, I know, but I just keep getting knocked away. Oh, you keep getting knocked away, you dumb fuck? You stupid piece of shit? It's so annoying. That unit would, honestly, if you just fix its animations, it would be really good. Also, that limp dick dumbass, fucking, there's like some zombies surround, you know, the vampire caster summoned some zombies, and I had him fighting Eshin Triads and the mutant rat ogre. This was earlier in the game. But like, he summons some zombies, the mutant rat ogre turns toward the zombies, and in real time, I saw him, clicked onto the Blood Dragon Lord, but it was too late. As he started his attack animation, jumps through all the zombies and lands 50 fucking feet away, hitting nobody. And then I have to order his dumbass back around, click on the Blood Dragon Lord, and he humble fucks over, and then he runs into the zombies, and he's like, oh, it's so hard to get through all these zombies. And I'm like, you know what makes it a lot harder to get through zombies, you degenerate asshole? Jumping over all of them and putting yourself outside. You were there in the middle. You didn't have to walk through all these zombies again if you didn't start that stupid fucking jump animation, you asshole. I hate him. I hate the mutant rat ogre's animations. Its stat line is fine. For 1,200 gold monster, it's honestly not that expensive. It has a pretty good stat line. It's a good duelist. Its animations are just complete dog shit. I saw my opponent's build when we desynced, so it's a fuckload of pterodons and a quaddle. That's interesting. I mean, he saw mine too, so. Cool. This is my anti-Lizardmen build. I have 2 warp lightning cannons. Separated, you keep them far apart from each other because I'm deploying. See, if I didn't know it was pterodons, this is how I deploy. So I'm going to deploy honestly. But when you see a troop count that low, I'm probably thinking the RR Dreadsaurian. So I keep my warp lightning cannons very far away from each other. So if the Shredder comes over and routes this one, they'll route off, and this one will be shooting him in the butt while he chases this one. And if he stops chasing this one and goes back to this one, they'll rally without him nearby, and they'll get back on their mounts and shoot him in the butt. So, that's that. We have 2 dog units paired with a Packmaster and with my Greyseer. Greyseer has Unholy Clamor to give him more leadership. I have the Warpstone Scroll and Howling Warp Gale to net or slow down Ripperdactyls, which he doesn't have, but I didn't make that build knowing what he had. I also have Death Frenzy, so I can give 1 dog Death Frenzy, I can give 1 dog Shock Collar to give them more melee stats and ITP so they can stay in the fight, and they can do a lot of damage to flying units when they land. It's just their leadership is bad, so if you give them supporting spells, they'll be fine. So I use those to clear off Ripperdactyl Riders from either my globes or my Warp Lightning Cannons. I have Plague Monks to help me try and win the front line, which is not something Skaven often get to do. But versus Lizardmen, they're usually just going to take Skinks. And Skaven, the Plague Monks can chew through Skinks surprisingly quickly and get onto the backfield and really harass out those Spear Checkers. And just keep them off my Rat Ogres. Other than that, we have Spears to try and hold the front line a little bit better. And then I did end up taking 2 Skaven Slaves, because they're going to route instantly, but I guess I could put them on... Why I took them is like, I can put them on my Warp Lightning Cannons and at least distract Ripperdactyls while my dogs try and respond. But this is roughly the build. So, we'll see. I couldn't remember some of the details. I remembered the Lord choice, I remembered the spells, I remember the Packmaster, the dogs, and I remember the double Warp Lightning Cannon. I remembered I had some Plague Monks, but I didn't remember how many, so I was just kind of like struggling with how many infantry to have. Made the right play by jumping over the zombies. Jumping over the zombies was fine. It would be more fine if he did it on the way in rather than to leave my guys all alone. Alright. Guess like those. Number 5. Okay, so now I'm looking for the Shredder of Lustria. I don't see one, so for now my Warp Lightning Cannons will shoot at random-ass Pterodon Riders. I look behind me for any flying units, but I can see them all in front of me, just doing what I would do if didn't have all that. So So the Quaddle is hiding the Slan, and I'm not going to bother shooting at the Quaddle because why are you reforming ranks? Just shoot. Anyway, I'm not going to bother shooting at the Quaddle because its model is so tiny that Warp Lightning Cannon's going to have a hard time shooting at it, if I remember correctly. Though apparently they're also missing these Pterodon Riders quite a bit, which is pog. Anyway, I'm going to walk up. Rat Ogres are going to move up too, because they're not very useful against flyers. My dogs and Gracie and shit are going to have to take care of the flyers. There's the Umbral Tide. We'll get at them. Could even have a Warp Lightning Cannon shoot that one, honestly. I'm gonna try and get both of these guys in that like damaging net thing. That's pretty cool. There are all the Saurus. Alright, we'll move globes up to deal with all those fucking Saurus. That's fine. Plague Monk's actually caught up to this King Skirmishes, so I guess that's okay. But other than that, we'll back off. So a lot of stuff was just hidden, but Pterodons being ranged, they're just sitting right over my Warp Lightning Cannons shooting at me. There's not a lot I can do about that. But now we have globes here, so we can start throwing at these guys, being annoying. And he's routed off my Warp Lightning Cannons at this point, because he has ranged flyers, which I'm not exactly equipped to deal with. So globes are doing their best to get rid of the enemy infantry. Packmaster. Okay, is that Quaddle on the ground or not? What are we doing? Quaddle. Whatever. I'm gonna have a dog go after all those Skink Skirmishers. Warp Light Cannons, like I said, they're fucking doomed. I'm just leaving them to their own devices. Get out what damage you can for now. Okay. Net down that, I guess. You come with me, I guess. This is really annoying because, like, there's so much flying shit and it's all being really janky. So I'm like, okay, well, I gave you orders, but then the thing you're trying to attack started fucking flying. Whatever. So for now, let's buff up these Rat Ogres, give them ITP and shit. Move up. But we've taken a lot of damage, which is no fucking bueno. Gonna try and fight those salamanders, though they're gonna probably rout me with their better mass. They did just do a lot of damage to my dogs. Belt! Okay. Still doing good damage here. And I used my bell to try and keep those wolf rats in the fight. They did okay. They did okay. Still trying to fall back from here. Are still trying to kill the Quaddle. And I have clan rats just out here being annoying. But my globes are overall routing, which is bad. How did you guys fall asleep at the wheel? Whatever, let's just go kill the Fire Slan. Okay, try to get back online, but this is looking like we got fucking cheesed, which is one of the reasons this matchup's so fucking bad for Skaven, is the Lizardmen have so many options for doing, like, fucked up things, and you just can't really do anything about it. Like, they have so many jank-ass flying units that I just can't stop them all. Okay. Quaddle's running around being jank and fucking bullshit. I see you surrounded me. Allow me to ignore that entirely. Even though I'm netted, I will also ignore it entirely. And fuck you. Okay, Packmaster, give these Saurus. Give these Rat Ogres buffs so they don't run. We're gonna snipe out the enemy caster and lord and hope we can hold the fuck on. Alright, we got his caster, we got his lord. He doesn't have healing, which is nice. I will say that is nice. And I'm gonna have this Rat Ogre side charge these Saurus Spears. Never mind. The Packmaster has to kill that guy. That's just the thing that has to happen. These Rat Ogres need to come with me. I'm gonna try and net those Pterodons so they leave my Rat Ogres alone, because we need to go kill this Salamander Hunting Pack right here. I'm gonna give my Rat Ogres increased melee stats, but also lowering the enemy's leadership and melee attack and all that garbage while I still try and kill the Slawn. Because thankfully he has 31 speed and I have 95 speed, but I'm having troubles actually catching him because Slawn models are working as intended. Kill the fucking Slawn! Kill the fucking Slawn! You goddamn dumbass! Kill him! I have things to do! I really need their leadership to be lowered because I'm getting kited by fucking salamanders while you sit around with your dick in your hand! Kill the Slawn! Kill him! Kill him! He has 34 fucking melee defense and you're getting constant rear charges! You idiot! Jesus fucking Christ! Okay. I'm casting this on the ground just to lower everybody's leadership so I can maybe get these Saurus Spears to route. Maybe get those skink cohort things to route. My fucking Greyseer is taking 1,000,000 goddamn damage. He has a skink skirmisher in the distance because he took too many 360 firing units, which shit happens. I get it. All right, we've charged in. Oh, of course you stagger. Why wouldn't you stagger, you fucking degenerate? Whatever. Alright. Let's give these guys better melee stats and ITP so they don't tear out off. I need to go shut down those salamanders real fast. And we're moving in. Oh my god. Fuck off. Okay, we terror-outed off the Saurus. My Packmaster needs to stay going after those things. Okay, we've routed those off. There's a full health Saurus still around. And a Quaddle. Jesus Christ. Why does the Balance of Power think we have this at all? We can't kill a full health Saurus. And we get cheesed for another loss. Oh my god. As many jank-ass flyers as you could take. Okay. All right. We're moving to replays for the rest of the stream, so we'll move on. Riff Human Boy, yeah. More blinding cannons, missing all these shots against these fucking pterodons. And the globes do okay, but like this, how the fuck did this stupid Tepok thing? It flew away from our rat ogres, but then we surround it. And we're doing our best to actually hit it, but it's just like flying all over the damn place. Can't keep it anywhere. Yeah. How are these pterodons just sitting in combat like this, not dying? Because they're squirrely. Rest in peace, Lizardmen flying models. Fuck you. And then following that fucking Slon around. Yeah. Damn. Could Warpfires be any good? No. They're objectively terrible. No, they are terrible. The main problem with flying models like that is they just, like, when they get hit, they dance around a ton, and it's very hard for ranged units to hit them. It's also very hard for melee units to hit them. You need mass. You need, like, cavalry, which is just something Skaven don't have. So then Skaven just fundamentally lacked the tools to deal with flyers of any kind. Except for, you can have dogs, but then all of his flyers were ranged. So he wasn't even diving down onto me where I could attack them. He was just staying in the sky. So when you have flying ranged units, it's like, well, what do I throw at them? Globes? Globes aren't going to do any damage to them. Plus, I need the globes for the Saurus. Warp lightning cannons? I tried that. One of my warp lightning cannons almost killed a pterodon. The other one missed every single shot. So it's like, well, fuck. Alright, I'm pulling up the replays for our next series. So now that's another thing Skaven have to worry about in that matchup. God damn it. Those are matchups so fucking bad. I thought I had it figured out because I can deal with the Dread Saurian blob, but now I apparently have to worry about Pterodon Kite. Can you only bring 6 flyers? I think you can only bring 5 flyers, but he only had 5 flyers. Rattling guns? Rattling guns are terrible versus pterodons. They do really bad. Night runners are okay versus pterodons, but they're really bad versus the Dread Saurian builds. So it's not like you can just build to counter pterodons. You have to build to counter everything. Gutter runners would help there. Yeah, but you have to remember... Sorry, my opponent was typing to me about some stuff, talking about the builds. Anyway, Gutter runners would have been like, in hindsight, yeah, if you're looking for just a purely flying, stealth-based, ranged build, then yeah, Gutter runners would be great. But you have to also prepare for the normal... Blood Penguin, Dread Saurian Blob, or Croxagore Rush, or Feral Coldbone Rush. So you have to make a build that's kind of ready for everything. And that build had been doing well for me in the past. That was the first time it lost, and it lost really fucking bad. And I don't know what I could do about air cheese like that that still deals with anything else. Because with that, you'd have to go entirely different. You'd have to go Night Runners and Gutter Runners. Probably, because you need range damage. I can't... With the Ripperdactyls dive my Warp Lightning Cannons, the dogs are there to countercharge with all the buffs we talked about. But the Pterodons don't have to come down. The Pterodons just shut down the Warp Lightning Cannons. The Warp Lightning Cannons do 0 damage to the Quaddle and to the Pterodons. Because it can't hit the Quaddle. The Quaddle's too thin. They just miss all the fucking time. That's why I wasn't shooting at the Quaddle. And the Slan that they can shoot at is under the Quaddle's stealth aura. So I can't shoot that either. So the Warp Lightning Cannons are 2,150 gold of useless against that specific build. My dogs were next to useless. I could chase down some skink skirmishers, but that's it. And then he had a bunch of Saurus, which I have 2 globes to try and kill, but globes aren't good at killing infantry. They do okay, but they're not great at killing infantry, so it's just like, wow, that build completely fucked my plans. Anyway, we're moving on. Skink Tide, Dread Heel, Flyers, yeah. No, that matchup's just so fucking bad. Again, I thought I had maybe gotten a handle on it with that build. Now it's like, oh, we can just get hard cheese. Never mind. I just need to, dodge Lizardmen. Anyway, a different best of 3. This would be from the quarterfinals. I can't show you the bracket or to show you who wins this. But we're casting some quarterfinals games until semifinals are ready for us. Both semifinals are off to the races. Jarez versus the Phoenix King is on top. On the bottom is Raced versus the winner of this. And this is Sipa versus Blood Penguin. Some Skaven Slave slings for poke and cheap to help keep some of the rest of the build. Maybe, but like I'm trying to impress upon you that Pterodons take literally 0 damage from Skaven ranged. Maybe Night Runners and Gutter Runners if you can get directly beneath them and fire straight up. But their animations, when they get hit by 1 pebble, they freak out and go all over the place. They're going to dodge the rest of the volley. Like, that just happens all the time. It's why Rattling Guns can't kill them even if they're netted, unless you're point-blank range. Because then enough of your volley hits the models that it'll kill them off. Are Warp Lightning Cannons buffed with the homing thing? Yes, but not enough to hit the Quaddle. The Quaddle is a very thin model, so it's hard to hit, and then its movement takes it side to side. So it's naturally dodging by just moving around. So the Warp Lightning Cannons can't hit it. Anyway, we're moving on to a different series. I need to be done talking about that. Because I get tilted when I lose, so I'm ready to just talk about everything that went wrong and be mad about it. But we have the rest of the tournament to cast, so we're just going to move on. All right, Sipa versus Blood Penguin. Blood Penguin plays a lot of Empire, Kislev, and Bretonnia. And Sipa plays a lot of Dark Elves. Other than that, I don't really know what he plays. He just kind of plays a little bit of everything. But yeah, Blood Penguin is on the red side here. With his Kislev, we have 2 Winged Lancers, 1 Cossack Dervish, the Oath Brothers of Tor, Warbear Riders, Regiment of Renown, 3 Kossars of Spears, 5 Armored Kossars, Ulrika Magdova as a caster with Mulkoths and Enfeebling Foe, and then Kastalton with his heal and his buffs. Make a shooting galley versus AI? Maybe later, but right now I gotta... I gotta move on. I messaged my opponent saying, we'll talk more about the builds later. Because Phoenix King is one of my mods. He was talking to me about what could work in that build for Skaven and stuff. But I'm casting, so I can't do I can't do my usual back and forth with him about like, oh, this would be better, that would be better, all those things. On the side of Bretonnia and Sipa, we have 2 Grail Knights, the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, Knights Errant Regiment of Renown, and then a bunch of men-at-arms, spears, a peasant mob frontline, a Grail Relique to keep all those peasants in line, and then triple peasant bowmen, one of which has fire arrows, a Damsel of Life, Royal Hippogriff Knight, and Alberic de Bordelot. The classic 2 Grail Knights, Hippogriff Knight, and Alberic with healing. Oh, unused username, you'll make a shooting galley versus AI. Tell me how that goes. Actually very curious. Kislev. I don't know how I feel about Kislev into Brett, honestly. Their front line will win, sure. But other than that, I don't know how I feel. Brett's cavalry way outmatches Kislev's. And Warbear Riders get torn apart by Grail Knights. I don't know about Hippogriff Knights, but Grail Knights slap Warbear Riders. So Kislev's front line's better, and that's really all they have going for them. Blood Penguin did not take a lot of armor-piercing missiles, though, so it's not like you can fall back on Streltsy or something trying to kill these Grail Knights. I'm actually very concerned. Looking at these builds, I don't know what's going to stop the Grail Knights. You have 1 armor-piercing unit in the whole roster, and it's a Warbear Rider, which the Grail Knights are good into. Melkost Mystifying Miasma starting off, trying to whittle those guys down. Meanwhile, we have an overcasted regrowth onto the Hippogriffs at the very start of the game? My god! That was aggressive. Really didn't want them to take any damage, I guess. I mean, it ends up working out as the Warbear Riders are going to dive in. They do get the lightning down to lower the stats of the Hippogriff Knights, and the Hippogriff Knights are falling back. They're also under a lot of focus fire, so despite the regrowth overcast, they're still taking a lot of damage. On the other side, Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis fighting Winged Lancers with a lot of peasant help. It looks like Bretonnia is doing okay there, but oh, as I say that, the Defenders start taking a lot of damage. And how are our Grail Knight friends doing? Very well. One of them's at half HP, which isn't great. The other one's at full HP, but he is killing a Winged Lancer during. And Alberic is helping fight the Oath Brothers of Tor. We're currently getting Celdic's Lullaby to try and stay healthy. But it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Fireblood is popped. And those big boys are going down. Archers are trying to fire over and help out the situation. And Kislev even has infantry in the area, but it's just not enough, man. The Bretonnian cavalry is so good against Warbear Riders. So good. Half HP on both Grail Knights. Don't know if they've received any healing. The Hippogriff Knights, we know, received healing, and they're still taking a buttload of damage. So Kislev, not entirely one-sided thus far. But I do feel like they're on the back foot. Kossar's Spear is being pushed back by peasants. The Kislevite front line is trying to hold against the unholy peasant tide, but I mean, 1 armored Kossar even penetrated the backfield, but who cares? Like the 3 peasant bowmen for Bretonnia haven't really mattered as much. It is way more about these Grail Knights and Hippogriff Knights just steamrolling the rest of the enemy lines. Kossovite Dervishes throwing their meager lives away to offer a little bit of support, but they will get killed off very quickly. Another Melkoth's trying to whittle down these guys, and a big Lord Snipe attempt onto Alberic de Bordelot. Ulrika and Costalton, solid melee combatants, and together they can definitely beat Alberic, especially when he doesn't have any support. Oath Brothers chuck down their Lightning Storm to lower the enemy stats and try and stay in it. 5 leadership for them, and no healing nearby, as Costalton's not even near them, but I think his healing might still be on cooldown. 1 Grail Knight is almost dead. The Hippogriff Knights have also taken a lot of damage, but another Grail Knight is still healthy, and both Grail Knights have received 0 healing thus far, so I'm sure they'll get back up to full health in no time. Alberic is holding his own against Costalton and Ulrika, down to half HP, but again, there's healing for him if he needs it. And he does have a ton of peasant support, and doesn't look like they're getting a lot of attacks out. It looks like they're trying to get into the backfield. They're trying to opt out of this area, and it's not going well for them. Hippogriff Knights look like they've received a little bit more healing, or maybe I'm just delusional. The bounce power is very much in Bretonnia's favor thus far, and I must agree. Peasant Bowman moving in, the front line of Kislev is running out of juice. Costalton is very, very low, and Alberic's even cycle charging onto him. Ulrika is not known for solo carrying games. Balance power is fluctuating a little wildly. Not sure what it sees. As Grail Knights are here to support. They are sitting in spears that are getting healed up by Celdic's Lullaby? Is that something? Kossar Spears don't have amazing melee stats. Girl Knights have pretty good armor. Yeah, they're fine. Still looks Lullaby trying to heal up these guys. I think it's all over but the crying, no matter what the balance of power says. That's GG. I'm going to put the blocker up so you can't see if there are 2 more replays or 1. That would be spoilers. I'm actually going to make the blocker a little bigger, too, for that exact reason. Sipa gets a good start. Goes up 1-0. Can the Penguinator rally? Orca's too expensive. I felt the same. Yeah, what was I saying? Sorry. Ulrika, whenever I try to use her, I feel like she's too expensive. She has like a really good kit, really good stat line, but that like 2,000 plus price point for a hero is rough because then you also have to buy a Lord. Once again, it's a replay, so I'm just going to pause it at the start because it looks like we're getting into it rather swiftly. Sipa's on his beloved Dark Elves. Looks like we have the Raven's Herald, Marathi, and after the homing missile buffs, people have been using Marathi a lot for the Wand of Crydon, and sometimes even taking Doombolt as a standalone spell. If she can. No, she can't. What's the spell they're taking? Because there's Melkoth, there's Soul Stealer, and they sometimes take a third one. Maybe Pit of Shades. Doesn't matter. But you can bring Soul Stealer on her. It's probably not going to be a spell you cast the most. You'll probably still see a lot of Melkoths. But they bring Soul Stealer in case she takes some significant damage or just needs healing up because she is still your Lord. But we have been seeing more Marathi, which she was meta through all of Game 2, but for now it's spicy and fresh to see her, so I'll welcome it for now. 2 Cold Knights, 2 Dark Riders, 3 Dakshads, 2 Witch Elves, and a bunch of Dread Spears and Blackheart Corsairs. Straightforward. For Blood Penguin and Norska, a front line of Marauders mixed with Marauder Champions. Is that triple Marauder Champion? Good God, man. Triple Marauder Champion. Then we have some Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves scattered about, doing their usual business. 2 Javelin Throwers. Wulfric the Wanderer with Sea Fang, Fight or Die, and Hunter of Champions. And then a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Searing Doom and Plague of Frost. Good shit. Norska's going to need their front line to win pretty heavily, and they've invested in some elite infantry, plus Sea Fang can really hurt Elves a lot. Their super tightly packed formations can do a lot of damage. You could make a hole for those Marauder Champions to get in even more swiftly. Doombolt's coming in. Wulfric's trying his best to dodge, but the homing changes are just too good. Not too good in general for the game, but I meant too good for him to dodge, and Marathi's little Doombolt poke will hit no matter how hard he tries to dodge it. Norska's moving up. They don't want to get ahead of their front line and take free damage. They invested all this nice, this money into this nice, shiny front line. They need to let it get into the fight first. So the Skin Wolves are just hanging back. Don't want to take any shots from those Dark Shards. Faux free. But I think that's probably going to be Norse's game plan. I don't know if they'll even try and take a flank versus the Cold Knights and Dark Riders. They might win it, but I think he's going to probably keep them back and just countercharge through the front line. So if the Cold Knights and Dark Riders sit around doing nothing, then the Skin Wolves will just, you know, support the front line and push straight front to back. But Norska needs to shut down the Dark Shards and they'll largely be okay. Sea Fang is out, and he actually uses it onto a Dark Shard, killing a Dark Shard almost outright. It does rout, it doesn't shatter, but it does rout, and that's 1/3 of the Dark Shard DPS is down. But already a Marauder Champion is down to 1/3 HP as the Skin Wolves pile in and start to support that front line. Cold Knights are moving up now. I wonder if Javelins are in place to counter throw against them or anything like that. But man, these Marauder Champions are taking a beating. Wulfric and the Shaman Sorcerer of Metal not getting involved so far. Witch Elves have gotten here. They rampage the Marauder Champions instantly. But an Overcasted Plague of Rust takes those Cold Knights down to 30 armor. And the Javelins should be able to keep them at bay, because with 30 armor and a bronze shield, look how much damage you take from a volley. They want to keep those expensive knights away. Cold Knights get a free charge on the Skin Wolves over here, though, and the Skin Wolves do take a lot of damage for that. But man, this Cold Knight's getting shreked by these Jav throwers. The Norskin front line is faltering. The Dark Shards plus Marathi have just put so much damage into them that even Marauder Champions aren't able to stand up to the pressure. The Raven's Heralds are getting rear shots onto these Marauder Champions where their shields can't apply. And Dark Riders even get into the backfield where unless Skin Wolves hop over, which they are, to be fair, unless Skin Wolves hop over, your Javelins will get shut down. That's a lot of your DPS out. Balance Power is slightly Norska favored, and there's the first break in the front line. Here come the dogs, really trying to get through here, and Witch Elves are trying to contain the bleeding a little bit. The dogs are even happy to fight Witch Elves. With their low armor values, dogs will trade up in that situation. Searing Doom trying to get rid of these Dread Spears. And 2 Dark Shards still online, though one is now being forced to run as dogs and Marauders chase them into the backfield. Those Marauders might be routing. No, they're real. They're real. They're here. They're doing their best. And the dogs are here at last for the Dark Shards Marathi's trying to carry. And while the Norskins took a lot of damage, it just seems they have the tenacity to stick in it. Skin Wolves defend the backline with gusto. The front line for the Dark Elves is running out of health. Their backline is officially compromised, and it's quickly going to become Marathi versus the world. And Wolfric could probably still 1v1 her if she takes the fight, even at half HP. He has enough debuffs, and she's a fine melee combatant, but not amazing. So Wolfric should be able to beat her. He gets rampaged by some Witch Elves, but they immediately rout, so he's in no danger whatsoever. He's just going to wait for that rampage to wear off. It's looking like a nice, clean Norska victory, and we might be going to game 3 unless something crazy happens. Marauder champs rampaging from those Witch Elves yet again, taking their Melkoths. There's just nothing left. I'm kind of surprised the Ravens Heralds. Oh, the Javelins. I was going to say, I'm kind of surprised the Ravens Heralds didn't just follow Wolfric around all game, but Javelins would have eaten them alive. Ravens Heralds are very squishy units. Yeah. Zets GG. 69 melee attack on Marathi. Nice. It is nice. She does throw out a Soul Stealer to try and heal herself up and punish this blob, but she's surrounded by Wolfric while I wasn't looking. Hunter of Champions onto her gives her 0 melee defense, and there are rampaging Skin Wolves nearby, though thankfully for her, the Witch Elves rampage all those units and allow her to get to safety. Balance power is so far gone, though. I think this is all but Ogre. She cycle charges Wolfric a little bit, good plays, but there's just not enough behind her to really help out. For Sipa, Marathi did pretty good. Cold Blue Knights really struggled to get anything going. The Ravens Heralds were kept at bay for most of the games. They didn't pay for themselves. Witch Elves did fine. Dark Shards felt like they were doing good work, but didn't pay for themselves. Dark Riders were around, and Dread Spears got slapped. For Blood Penguin / Plague Penguin, whatever you want to call them, Wolfric did well. The Marauders and Marauder Champion front line, mixed value overall. Jab Throwers, the one that hit the Plague of Rust Cold one got incredible value. The other one did okay. And then the Skin Wolves, not a ton of value overall. The Ice Wolves got really good value. But yeah. Zets GG. Now I don't need a blocker because we all know it's going to game 3. So when I pull up the next screen, you'll just see Blood Penguin versus Sipa. Game 3. And then some replays I'm going to cast later. Let's see who wins it. Bretonnia Grand Cathay. Sipa got his Bretonnia win game 1. Now it's Blood Penguin's turn. Ooh, it's a small map. If it was a bigger map, I'd be much more favored for Cathay here. But on a small map, there's not going to be a ton of time for those cannons to fire. Alrighty, what do we have? Pillarbone is the map. Nice and small and contained. Double cannon for Grand Cathay. Double Iron Hail Gunners. 2 Peasant Archers in the middle. We have a Celestial Dragon Guard paired with some Jade Warriors in the front line. More Peasant Long Spears along the back. Not a ton of Jade Warrior Halberds. I think I see 2 Jade Warrior Halberds. We mentioned the 2 cannons. We do have a Jade Lancer and 2 Peasant Horsemen. And then we have a Dragon-Blooded Shugen Lord of Yin with Ancestral Warrior Summon and Storm of Shadows Slow. Yeah, unused username. That's been my experience too, which is why I didn't shoot my Warp Lightning Cannons at the Quaddles. But glad I wasn't just being an idiot. If you pulled up that test and you're like, yeah, the Quaddle instantly died, I would have been like, fuck! Should have shot it. But, yeah. Anyway. On the Bretonnian side, a very, very limited front line. Holy cats. 3 peasant mobs is all the melee infantry Bretonnia bought. 5 peasant bowmen. We do have 2 Knights of the Realm, 3 Knights of the Realm, a Knights Errant, a Grail Knight, a Hippogriff Knight, the Fey Enchantress with Earthblood and Regrowth, and 1 Field Trebuchet. Okay. I don't really believe in trebuchets. I feel like even when people take them against me as Skaven or Dwarves or wherever they would take them, I feel like I could just ignore them and overall the game's going to go fine. So I'm not a big believer in trebuchets at all. Cannons teeing off into the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Now, Cathay cannons are the most dangerous artillery in the entire game. They're very, very accurate. Their homing's quite good and their damage is exceptional when they hit. Empire and Vampire Coast cannons are still lagging behind, though we have gotten some buffs. And while like my Warp Lightning cannons had issues versus Pterodons, Warp Lightning cannons in general are performing quite well since the buffs. So I do hope more artillery starts getting the buffs like Warp Lightning cannons did, like the Grand Cathay cannons got by just existing. Because they're very good. They do what artillery is supposed to do. They can't like solo carry a game, but they can force your opponent to get over here. Knights Errant getting lit up while hit with a Storm of Shadows. Now, that means the Hippogriff Knights and the Grail Knights are safe and sound. But damage is damage. We're still taking it out. The Peasant Bowman fire is here, killing off Peasant Archers. Peasant on Peasant action. And that is going to be very concerning for Sipa here. As his Iron Hill Gunners are unshielded, unarmored. His Peasant Archers are unshielded, unarmored. All of his ranged is extremely susceptible to these Peasant Bowmen. But without any frontline to speak of, they're going to get pushed out of range rather quickly. Oh, but that's also pretty cool. Okay, I'm going to pause this because it feels like a big topic to talk about, and there's a lot happening. That's interesting. So, Blood Penguin takes a very tiny front line. Very tiny, it's going to break instantly. But that forces Cathay, if they want to punish him for not having a front line, his Jade Warriors and stuff are going to have to walk at the Peasant Archers, which I was seeing, and I'm like, yeah, these Archers are going to get pushed back, and now they can't shoot at the cannons, the Iron Hill Gunners, because they're going to be out of range. So then Bretonnia fucked up. But did Bretonnia fuck up? Because to punish the archers, you have to break formation, and then the Knights of the Realm, these ones are piled up on halberds, and that's a problem, but the Knights of the Realm and the Grail Knights and stuff can start to try and find gaps because you're getting expanded out. This is cool. Really cool. All right, I like what both players are doing here. There's some give and take. So Peasant Horsemen are now abandoning their backline and running out to really kill the Peasant Bowmen as quickly as possible. And shut this down. But that doesn't mean there's less mass to stop it. And there's a lot of holes forming. Though unfortunately, these Knights of the Realm are sacrificed to the Dark Gods by just chucking them into Jade Lancers. I think that is a mistake. They should have been pulled back. I don't know where the Grail Knights ended up. Here they are. Grail Knights jumping in now. They're trying to defend the Peasant Bowmen from the Cavalry and the Jade Warriors, but I think they have much bigger fish to fry. And something terrible happened to the Fey Enchantress while I wasn't looking. She does throw a Regrowth onto herself, but she took a ton of damage. It looks like the cannons are just poking her down. More Knights of the Realm. They find a gap in that line at last. They are onto the Iron Hail Gunners, take half health off of them on the charge. Hippogriff Knights immediately tear out off a cannon and a wounded Iron Hail Gunner. So Bretonia's into the cookie jar. They need to make up a lot of damage value and balance of power, but they are into it at last. Fey Enchantress, while still getting healed, is routing off from a cannon shooting at her. And as soon as she comes back, she's under cannon fire again. Hopefully she doesn't rout another time as Bretonnia really tries to shut down all this ranged. Knights of the Realm plus Archers killing Peasant Horsemen very, very easily. And we have some Ancestral Warrior summons killing Knights Errant with some Peasant Horsemen friends. That's fine. That's fine. And Bretonnia terror outs off the other Grand Cannons. So both cannons are down, meaning the Fey Enchantress is safe for a little bit here. Knights of the Realm on the high ground have taken a lot of damage, though. Knights of the Realm in the middle of the fuss have also taken a lot of damage. It's really only the Grail Knights that are feeling any good right now. You could get a regrowth onto the Royal Hippogriff Knights as the game goes on, but yes, for now we are down to pretty much the Grail Knights versus the world. Some Jade Lancers did take a long journey about to get onto the Field Trebuchet and take it out. Might as well get that value. Not a whole lot the Jade Lancers could be doing over here, honestly. If they fight the Grail Knights or the Hippogriff Knights, they're just going to get fucked up. Hippogriff Knights are trying to push the Shugi Lord of Yin off of the Archers, and the Archers are now starting to try and rally the ones that have routed, and the ones that are still healthy. Trying to kite, though this one does fuck up a little bit and fight some Jade Warriors for a bit. A second Ancestral Warrior summon is out. That is the only other Ancestral Warrior summon, so if the Hippogriff Knights can get out of those ethereal, armor-piercing units, let them fade away, they'll be just fine. A regrowth is coming in for them, and a beautiful Chalice of Potions hits 2 different spear units. Now the Grand Cannons are back online. One of them is. Iron Hails, Peasant Archers, everybody's rallying in the backfield. And Bretonnia does seem to be running out of gusto. Grail Knights are trying to kill everything in the backfield, and why are the Hippogriff Knights still here? Oh no! They charge back in to fight the Ancestral Warriors. Now they're getting Storm of Shadows and Frostbite, so they have 23 speed, but they do get back into the sky. Now the Shugi Lord is maybe biting off more than you can chew by chasing them around. The Jade Lancers that are in the backfield are having a field day. They are shattering archers and trebs. They're getting rid of everything. But Bretonnia is doing the same to them as the Grail Knights terrorize anybody trying to rally. Both sides running out of ranged units. It is Bretonian healing versus Cathay Halberds. It's the last summon. Will go away in 15 seconds-ish. Nice sandwich in from the Grail Knights. And the Hippogriff Knights with an Earthblood to heal everybody up a little bit. Also want to get these Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm healed up. They're both going to rout, though. I wonder if they even shatter. I don't know if Bretonia's out of this just yet. I have seen healing plus these specific pairings of Knights do a lot of work in the past. The Enchantress is going to have to avoid some Peasant Long Spears. Another Storm of Shadows onto the Grail Knights, but it's not really going to matter at this point. There's no shooting to punish them for being slowed. Bounce power is creeping back towards the middle, giving Bretonnia more and more chances in this game, and I do agree. I still think Cathay is favored at this game state, but I think it is looking a little better than it did a bit ago. This is risky. As we talked about in a Lizardmen game, I think it was on our Wednesday stream, the Fey Enchantress is not nearly as tanky as she was in Warhammer 2. You can see how much fucking damage she takes from these Peasant Long Spears. So her Mortis Engine effect isn't really that good in Game 3, which is why you don't see a Fey Enchantress meta. You usually see Alberic or Lewin. She just can't sit in spears at all, and that was one of her big appeals in Warhammer 2. Grail Knights can still get some healing. The Fey can get a little bit of healing. Hippogriff Knights are about tapped out, and these Knights Errant, they can get a lot of healing, but I don't think they're going to. The Fae isn't Kairos, for God's sake. She runs out of healing. What are the chances we see Vampire? It's pretty good. Vampires are solid. Alright, Grail Knights charge in, plus a Chalice of Potions is down. The Grail Knights are going to try and back out. That Chalice could be really big. Simpa's trying to dodge it, but I mean, infantry can only go so fucking fast. There it is. It goes pretty far off center, but still hits all these units, causing a mass terror out. Everybody's leaving except for the Celestial Dragon Guard. And the Grail Knights plus the Knights Errant could chase those guys off. They're really trying to get rid of the Celestial Dragon Guard. There's the terror out at last. That's a big play for Bretonnia, and maybe a mistake from Cathay having so many units on top of each other. But it is tricky. I mean, if they separate out more, then they're more liable to cycle charging. More Earthbloods coming in for the Fey Enchantress and Bretonnia. But they've got to separate out. They're clumping up too hard. They're going to allow some of these halberds to come back. They really have to separate their forces and chase down each and every single unit. There's nothing you're scared of. What, a fucking Jade Lancer? Even a Jade Lancer can't take the Grail Knights at this one state. They got to separate out, though. Bretonnia is chasing way too hard for this one unit. You got 3 different units. It's already routing. Fuck it. Chase the other units, dude! What are you doing, Penguin? Chase the other units! Where are you going? Penguin! Penguin! What is this? Penguin, my guy! I'm very upset. I'm very upset. What are we doing? You're sending all your units to try and chase a Jade Lancer that's faster than you to save a Peasant Bowman that already routed? What are we doing, Penguin? Only a Celestial Dragon Guard matter. He's gonna let them rally too. Y'all know it doesn't matter anymore at this point? That's fair, but still. Good rear charge from the Hippogriff Knights, and then a frontal charge from the Grail Knights will rout off those Peasant Long Spears. Penguin is a noob, confirmed. Oh, it's confirmed. Oh, it's poggers. Knights Errant getting rear charged by the Dragonblooded Shugi Lord of Yin. They might rout, but they end up not routing. Jade Lancers still getting damage on the Peasant Bowman. Trying to avoid this, but man, you have an almost full health Grail Knight. A heal capped, but very healthy Hippogriff Knight. And as Patrick is saying in the chat, it's looking like a very hard time for Cathay to come back in this game at all. I'll fast forward for a bit. ×2 speed. Storm of Shadows keeps the Hippogriff Knights from chasing down the Shugi Lord, but the Grail Knights are more than happy to do it. Jade Lancers get caught up a bit in the Grail Knights. Grail Knights get another regrowth, trying to heal them up. And they're feeling good. Bretonnia is up on the balance of power. And that is GG. Bretonnia was looking like they were in trouble for a bit, but Grail Knights with 500 kills had something to say about it. For Cathay, their cannons did fine. One did fantastically. The other one just did okay-ish. Jade Lancers did very, very well. Jade Halberds and Jade Warriors did all right. Iron Hail Gunners did okay. Peasant Bowmen got fucked up. Peasant Horsemen did all right. Peasant Long Spears did fine overall. Good on some of the units. Blood Penguin Fey Enchantress almost paid for herself despite being the heal bot. Hippogriff Knights just about paid for themselves, but Grail Knights put on a clinic of how to sweep up everything on the map. Peasant Bowmen did not pay for themselves as CP was very good about getting outside of his box and shutting them all down. So, GG. Blood Penguin will move on to semifinals. And so far, no semifinals have been reported yet. So I will hop over there and let you see it just before anybody reports in. We have Harez versus Phoenix King. Phoenix King fought me. Harez we saw at the very start versus Fat Kid at Recess. And then Race we haven't seen yet today, but he's fighting Blood Penguin. I will cast both of these series from the replays they send me. And then finals we'll cast as well. So we're going to cast all three of these last best of threes. But I'm going to hurry up and get off that page in case one of them reports their score and spoils it. And spoils it. All right. I'm going to message Raced and Blood Penguin and see if I can start on their series, because they should be a little further along than Phoenix King and Harez. Blood Penguin. Got any replays so far from semis? I'll message Race too, just in case Blood Penguin didn't save him. Got any replays so far from semis? All right, I messaged both semifinalists just in case one of them is in game or something and don't respond. But I'm going to take a leak. All right, Blood Penguin and Raced just played game one. Cool. Here's what we're going to do. If neither semifinal is very far, well, I just showed you the brackets. You already know who wins from the other series. I'm going to think about it, but I'm taking a leak. BRB! I haven't worn this one forever. Is that little moo cow? Kitty cat. That's the boy. Ah! Ah! Moo cow! I'm trapped in the sweater. Moo cow, I'm trapped in the sweater. All right, that was a whole thing. Ugh. I tried to be lazy and put my sweater on with my hat still attached to my head. Ugh. And I just ended up pulling my hat flap over my eyes. So then I was blind and lost in the sweater. It was a hard time. Everyone should feel sorry for me. Oh, kitty cat's here. Hello, kitty cat. Okay. Okay. Blood Penguin and Raced are probably going to take longer to play their games. Because those two are sweat lords of the sweat factories, and I dislike both of them as people. So what we're going to do is start with the Phoenix King and Horus. So I will download that. They are starting on game 2 rather soon. So hopefully there won't be a ton of downtime. And now Phoenix King is the one sending me the replays. And this is still in progress. And I specifically asked the Phoenix King for the replay. So I actually don't know who won game 1. If we're being honest, I think the Phoenix King is my favorite in this series. Harez Deft. Yeah, so I mean, I predict him to win against Harez, but I don't know who won from him. Excuse me. Let's actually take a look at that quick, because both parties told me both semifinals finished game 1, so no one's going to report any second now. Out of the 4 players left, Harez, Phoenix King, Raced, and Blood Penguin. I think Raced is definitely my favorite. Raced is very good. He's been playing a lot. He's just a really good player. And out of the 4, he's probably the best. Blood Penguin at his height could definitely compete with Race, but I have not seen Blood Penguin around for most of patch 4.0, so I really don't know how in form he is. I mean, he beat Sippa, and Sippa's really good. So I guess he's still killing it, but I think Race is the favorite for the tournament out of these 4. So I think the final is going to be Phoenix King Raced. I think if it's Phoenix King Blood Penguin, it'll be a very close final. Yeah, so I guess that'd be my power ranking. Race at the top, Phoenix King and Blood Penguin, both right in that second place slot out of these 4. And I think Harez is probably the underdog for the rest of the tournament. Doesn't mean he can't win. I'm just like, if I was giving odds, he would have the worst odds. But, yeah, we'll see. So, there would be my predictions. But enough stalling. Let's start this series and see how it goes. Holy shit. Okay, that's kind of pog. Look at this. Look at this nonsense. You go to U of M in Duluth? Yeah. Yeah, I went to UMD. Yep. No, I went to get a soda. Well, not a soda, sparkling water. How does Cathay Flying Cav compare to Brett's Flying Cav? Cathay's Flying Cavalry is a good unit, but Bretonnia's Flying Cav is just better. And I don't think that's a problem. Bretonnia is supposed to have really, really good Cav, but also really good Flying Cav, so yeah. Longbow Riders are a good unit. Bretonnia is better. Is the end version of that. Good to see you, Krell. Hell yeah. I was literally a guest speaker on Tuesday for a senior marketing class. Oh, nice. I no longer live near there. I would have come and seen you. I just found out my dog died giving birth along with her puppies. Way! Way, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's terrible. I don't really have the capacity to give you all my heartfelt, like, sympathies, but that is really terrible, man. I hope you're doing okay. Is the Warriors of Chaos legal? I don't know. Let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it has 5 marks. So technically it is not. You can only have 4 marks. Like same as quick battle limits. But you're right. Neither player's raised an issue though, so I don't know. It's what's done is done. For the Warriors of Chaos, we do have 2 Hellstriders of Slaanesh to Hellscourges, 2 Skull Crushers of Khorne. You guys are back with me, right? Yep. Okay, I put you on the correct screen. Munith Vortex Beast, Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal with Final Transmutation, Searing Doom, Plague of Rust, and Tormentor Sword, and then a frontline of Marauders. For the Empire, we do have 2 Hellblaster Volley Guns, which are meant to counter Chosen or Chaos Warriors, or I guess the Munith Vortex Beast, but we're not expecting a frontline of Marauders. We have 2 Demigryph Knights without halberds, just armor-piercing base values, 2 Pistoliers, and a front line of Spearmen, Sigmar's Sons, and Greatswords. We have a Lifecaster with Regrowth and Earthblood, and Karl Franz. Haven't seen him in a while. Skull Crushers of Khorne are in deep. Franz has chucked out all of his buffs to make the Demigryph Knights a little bit stronger. Only Reikland Runefang hit them. They didn't get stand your ground, but still the Reikland Runefang giving them 64 melee defense is pretty, melee attack is pretty intense. You can see they are slamming these Skull Crushers with help from Franz and the Hellstriders. On the backfield, however, Marauder Horsemen Throwing Axes put in the Vanguard. Even I missed that they existed. Both shut down Hellblaster Volley Guns. That is going to be a great trade for the Warriors of Chaos. And Skull Crushers are trying to get into a fight with those Demigryph Knights, but Spearmen at Arms get in the way. Munith Vortex Beast down to 1/3 HP. And remember, this is no Nurgle caster. He has no healing, and Franz is going to 1v1 duel him. The Mutalith is in deep trouble. The Empire frontline is winning with Sigmar's Sons and all those great swords. Basic Marauders with no support are not going to win at all. This Warriors of Chaos build had a lot put into the flanks, and Franz with Demigryph Knights was actually able to win the flanks, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Hellblaster Volley Guns, one is routing, the other one is back online and actually firing. So Chaos is only half successful in that effort. Skull Crushers are trying to fight with Demigryph Knights, but they're fighting on top of spears, which is going to be a bad time for them. And Franz is getting his ass handed to him by the Munith Vortex Beast with a little bit of help from the Sorcerer Lord of Metal. And they rout off the Jade Wizard, who just cast the spell onto Franz as he was routing. But oh! He gets knocked over! That's so awesome. So even though he was routing and casting the spell, routing doesn't cancel the spell, but getting knocked over cancels spells even when you're not routing at all. So he gets knocked over, saving Chaos from having Franz get a regrowth or overcast a regrowth. But man, that Hellblaster Volley Gun is fucking up the Mutalith Vortex Beast. He's trying to run away, but he just keeps taking little pokes, and he is going to rout. Now, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal looks like he has to babysit this Lifecaster. Can't let him come back. And meanwhile, the Skull Crushers still fighting with these spears, still fighting with the Demigryph Knights, and Hellblasters are trying to get a little bit away from the Skull Crushers so they can't get shut down so easily. Chaos is in a rough spot. I definitely think the Empire is quite favored here. And the Balance Power seems to agree. Pistoliers. Hellstriders are faster, and if they can get onto them, they can apply that poison that'll slow these guys down even further to help the Hellstriders out. But then the Hellstriders get new attack orders onto the Jade Wizard instead. It looks like the Metal Caster has more important things to do with his time than chase down the Jade Wizard forever, so he just assigned a different unit to do it. Skull Crushers on the far side. Despite I frequently am disappointed in this unit in my own games, I am very impressed with this one's tenacity on the far flanks, really fighting back against Demigryph Knights and stuff. Hellblaster Volley Gun still trying to find something to shoot at. It kind of did its job, and now it's like, I don't know what to do. And here we go. Final Transmutation onto the Demigryph Knights while getting Throwing Axed and while getting charged by the Hellstriders. But this will allow the Lifecaster to come back. No, some cavalry is going to get near enough to him to keep him off there. Munith Vortex Beast is off the map. Franz is fine. These Hellstriders are going to die to the Demigryph Knights, though, for sure. They are dead as hell. The Empire, with a Hellblaster still online, with their Lord still intact, and honestly with a cavalry advantage, because one very close to dead Skull Crusher does not a cavalry component make. You have one healthy Skirmish Cav versus two healthy Skirmish Cav? I thought I saw another Pistolier. Anyway, you have one healthy Skirmish Cav versus a heavy Cav and a Skirmish Cav. The enemy has artillery. The enemy still has their Lord. Sure, you shut down their caster, but I really don't think a Sorcerer of Metal is going to carry this whole game. Sorcerer Lord of Metal, something happens. Galmaraz and Reichel and Runefang is popped, so this Sorcerer Lord of Metal wants nothing to do with the situation. But Franz is pushing him away from the Lifecaster, so he's like, God, I need to get this Lifecaster off the map. We're at the very edge of the map. If I could just do this, it'd be great. Demigryph Knights are getting throwing axed. And this Hellblaster Volley Gun is making an epic trip across the entire desert to just get over here and offer a little bit of support. The Metalcaster is waiting for Franz to run out of cooldowns. And then maybe if he pops Tormentor's Sword and Final Transmutation, he can route Franz off the map, maybe get the leadership low. But Armulas is coming in, and I'll quit trying to make it sound like the Warriors of Chaos can win this game. They can't. They are out. And Franz makes sure of it. Good game. Double Hellblasters actually did very well. John FB, wherever you are, you'd be proud. Didn't get a ton of value, but I mean, they put that Mutal Vortex Beast into the dirt. Your note didn't sound drunk at all.
Oh, good.
It's a Bob's Burgers joke. Hi, Hazel. Demigryph Knights both did very, very nicely. And this has also been my experience, to be honest.
Do you want some tea, huh?
Sure. Caffeinated?
Sure.
Thank you. This has been my experience with Demigryph Knights too. For some reason, man, the Halberd variant just isn't doing it for me. They get a little bit of anti-large, but I feel like they lose so many other stats, and something about them just doesn't really feel right. I'm not saying they're bugged, they just don't really perform. But the basic Demigryph Knights can do okay. Phoenix King got them pretty good engagements, gave them a lot of support with Franz and Spears. And they paid dividends. These are still replays, yes? Yeah, I'm hoping to do replays through the whole thing, so we don't have to deal with pick and ban phases or potential lag. I've been getting a lot of lag recently, Booj, and I don't know if it's the patch, or I don't know if my internet's not been doing great. I don't know, but yeah. On the other side for Deft, his caster did pretty well again. Mutal Vortex Beast got really shut down. Skull Crushers, one had a good time, the other did not. Marauder Horse and Throwing Axes did pretty well overall, and Marauders got shut down, but it's GG. All right. I don't need a blocker because, once again, we are casting these as the players send them to me. So I just got their second replay. Will this be the fall of Harez / Deft, whatever? His Discord and his Steam name are different. Will this be the fall of Deft Harez, and the Phoenix King will go to the finals with 2-0? Or is there a Game 3 we'll be waiting on? Let's find out. Looks like we have Beastman High Elves. Really good Beastman players can do this matchup. I struggle, man. I struggle. I feel like a staunch line of Silvering Guard with archers to back them up and a couple cavalry, and I just get rolled. I'll put it on slow-mo for now. For the Beastmen of the Phoenix King, we have 4 Razorgore herds. It looks like 4 Centigores as well. A front line of Ungor Spearman herd, which did get a cost reduction. 2 Bestigore herds, which are weird versus High Elves. Bestigore herds have dogshit melee stats, similar to Black Orcs, but they make up for armor piercing. High Elves don't really have a bunch of armor. That's a common misconception about High Elves, is like their Spearman front lines are not armored. They're tanky because of their melee defense, but not because of their armor. You really want to prioritize melee attack out the ass rather than high weapon strength or something, which is why I've been taking Savage Orcs recently, just basic Savage Orcs versus High Elves. They have enough melee stats to get through the Spearmen, and you don't really need the armor piercing. But we'll see how the best Orcs do. We also have a Brave Shaman in the Wild with just Traitorkin to punish the single entities, a Gorble, and Morgur the Shadow Gave with both of his Chaos Spawn summons. A 0-ranged, all-melee Beastman build. On the other side for the High Elves, we have the Fireborn plus another Dragon Prince, so 2 of them. 2 Lothern Sea Guard, a front line of Silverin Guard, and the Scions of Mathlon. A Metal Mage on the ground with both of the mana regen items. Well, mana regen and then Winds of Magic generation. Final Trans, Searing Doom. In the sky, we have a Lifecaster with Regrowth and Earthblood, plus more mana regeneration, plus more mana regeneration, and a Frostheart Phoenix. Looking at the builds, I don't know. I think the High Elves can probably do this. They're just so elite that the Beastmen are going to throw a wave after wave of shitty bodies at them, and the High Elves should be able to just weather the storm and kill them all. Should. But, been wrong before. Quick fast forward as they just diddy about a bit. No point in really sitting around. Here we go. Get the first shots. Ogre Spearman Herds do have shields. They're bronze shields, but they're still shields. They're fine. The Beastman Surround is going to be a bit of a problem. We'll see how the Fireborn do. If the Fireborn and other Dragon Princes take a fight, like, way over here, away from the caster and away from Morgr and the Gorbel, because Morgr could summon Chaos Spawn behind you, and that would be a problem, and the Gorbel is just a nice melee combatant. If you take this fight over here, you could kill all 4 of these units probably for free, especially if you had the Frostheart Phoenix helping for some, for terror, but also the -8 melee attack aura. But maybe he doesn't want to leave his archers completely exposed while he does that, because that fight would take a while. Here go the Fireborn and the Dragon Princes versus Centaurs. They are going to be completely fine with this, especially there it is with the Frostheart Phoenix support. These Centaurs just don't have the stats to get through Fireborn, not at all. Dragon Lady is also going to land on some more Centaurs, trying to take them out, while the Scions of Mathlon and Silvern Guard hold. Scions of Mathlon, what's your special thing? They have damage resistance as long as your Winds of Magic is high. Okay. Big Final Transmutation on the back line. It is not Overcast. It does hit several units. And while it doesn't do amazing versus multi-entity models, I guess if you hit that many, it's a worthwhile cast. Morgr has pretty insane spell resistance, so I guess they also didn't want that. I don't know if it was a great cast of Final Transmutation, but I get it. Already we have some Terror Routes coming in once again. With the Frostheart Phoenix being paired up with the Dragon Princes, you do decrease those stats and cause terror. Morgr's throwing out the first was Chaos Spawn Summon. This is what I was worried about. I worried about a cab fight being taken next to Morgr because then you could get Chaos Spawned. Really nice Searing Doom doing some damage. More Centaurs, more Razor Herds going to route off. But these Fireborn and Dragon Princes have needed Earthblood support. And they're not getting it. Now we get a regrowth, but that can only help one of them. The High Elf Winds of Magic strategy does seem to be working in this early game, though, because they have thrown out a ton of spells. We've already had a regrowth, a Final Trans, and a Searing Doom in the first 3 minutes of the game. Alright, the backfield for the Beastmen is falling apart. The Chaos Spawn Summon is taking a lot of damage, though who cares? It's Summon's going to fade away after a set amount of time regardless. Frostheart Phoenix is trying to bail out the Metal Mage because she still has 2 charges, 1 charge on her Starwood Shaft. After she gets that last charge in Starwood Shaft, she can die. It's fine, you have a different caster, but you really want that extra Winds of Magic power reserves. Another Final Transmutation. This one is undercast, but still doing really good damage to the Gorbel, while the Frostheart Phoenix also duels with it. And the Mage of Life is casually watching it, deciding whether or not to get involved, decides the Frostheart Phoenix has it, and falls back. High Elves are up on the balance of power. Dragon Princes, both of them, even the unhealed one, still doing well. And like I said, man, the Beastmen just don't seem to have the armor piercing or the raw stats to get really onto these Dragon Princes. A nice Traderkin hits both of them, though. Gorbel routes off from the Frostheart Phoenix. The front line for the High Elves have taken some damage, but it is holding steady, much steadier than the Bestigor herds that are against them. Lavden and Seaguard have taken some damage, but again, they're holding. And one of the Dragon Princes is about to rout. If it goes, the Beastmen should be able to walk it off the map. Should. We'll see. Earthblood tries to heal them up. A little too late for that one Dragon Prince, though. Morgr's still around. I think he still has his involuntary Chaos Spawn summon, so when one of these expensive high-off units gets a little too low, it will just transform into a Chaos Spawn, but still. Things aren't going great. Where's the second Bestigor, by the way? I see the one right here. Where's the other one? I don't know. I don't know what kills the dragon either. Gorbel's trying to come back now. Traderkin Caster, I guess, is doing some work. He's running around. He's doing things. One of the High-Elf Dragon Princes is getting away into the distance, and no Centaurs are available, I guess, to go take him out. The Fireborn are pushed down. Where did that second Bestigor go? Did it fucking die? I guess it died off screen. Wow, sucks to be you. Razorgore herds and Ogre Spirit herds need to come back. The Centaurs can chase off the Fireborn, but the other stuff really needs to return to the fight. Morgr's trying to tank it out, but he is taking a lot of damage. There's the second Chaos Spawn summon. Gets rid of the Scions of Mathlon and gives you the mass to run in and fight back against this Frostheart Phoenix. The Traderkin caster is moving in. I hope he has an overcasted Traderkin ready, because that's what he needs to turn this game back around and get into this once more. High Elves are routing everywhere, but a Traderkin right on this nice big blob here would be beautiful to kill off that Frostheart Phoenix, because the Beastmen have got to get back in this game while they still have the second Chaos Spawn summon. After they lose the Chaos Spawn summon, they're just going to run out of momentum so hard. Morger's still fighting it out. The Gorbel is back and dueling with the Frostart Phoenix. Fortunately for the Beastmen, cast goes awry. And whose spell is that? An overcasted Final Transmutation hurts the Metal Mage, but it really fucks up the Beastmen. It's going to take out the Gorbel. Maybe not kill him, but at least rout him yet again. It hits all these units. And the Beastmen are just getting so low that that healthy Chaos Spawn is fake. It's not real. Once it fades away, that bounce power is going to tank right down. I wouldn't be shocked if it went into army losses once the Chaos Spawn was gone. They might hold because Morger's still alive and the caster's still full HP, but I could see without the Chaos Spawn, it's just like, well, you're fucked. The Frostart Phoenix did hold on. The Gorbel, like I said, pretty much got one-tapped by that Final Transmutation. Silver and Guard are piling up around the Frostart Phoenix, offering it a lot of good support. Bestigor is retreating, and a little bit more healing from the High Elves. The Chaos Spawn summon is gone. Balance of power is real bad. And here is the Traitor Kin. But that Final Transmutation really did you in. Metalcaster is back on the outskirts. Bestigor herds. One is limping back to the fight, very injured. The other one is limping out of the fight, also very injured. Dragon Prince is chasing down the poor Gorbel, and even a Lothern Seaguard managed to rally and fire in just to add insult to injury. I believe that is GG, and I believe we'll be going to a game 3. Harez putting another point on the board. Evening it up. Traitor King Caster got 1900 value. Very, very nice. Gorbel and Morger did okay. Ogre Sperm Herds did okay. Bestigor Herds, honestly, that one did better than I would have thought, but the 450 was more what I expected. Senegars struggled a bit. Razor Herds did fine. No side for Deft. Dragon Caster did fine. Final Transcaster got a ton of value. 2,000 value on that. Dragon Princes did well. Frostart Phoenix did well as a supporting unit. Silver and Guard and Science of Mathlon held forever, and Lothern Seaguard did okay. So we are going to a Game 3. I don't have that Game 3 just yet. I do have 2 replays so far from Blood Penguin and Race, so either that was a 2-0 or they're entering Game 3 now. I will save the 2 that I have. Doesn't necessarily spoil things because we don't know if the 3rd is being played or not. So for Blood Penguin and Race, we have Chaos Dwarves versus Empire with double fucking Iron Demons. Oh my god. Okay, that's a bit wild. And then Game 2. Norska versus High Elves. A matchup that I have lost as Norska very frequently. Huh. These are some small builds for both players. Interesting. Again, I'm curious if there is a Game 3 in that series, but we will see. Phoenix King Hara should be entering Game 3 soon. I saw him in our chat, so I doubt he's literally playing right now, and since he hasn't sent me a replay yet, that makes me think they're just entering game, or he was waiting on his opponent to do his build. Sorry, I'm just checking some messages here. Franz plot armor denied. Grace seems to be having a very lively conversation. Are you picking that up? I noticed my microphone's been picking up more of my clicking and keyboard stuff too. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bet the way. There's compressor. There. I turned on a noise gate, but I put it on very low. Because sometimes when I put on a noise gate... Yeah, let me know if it fucks with the audio too much. But sometimes when I put on a noise gate, like, as I talk, you know, loud things come through, but then, like, middle parts of words, like, parts of words that are quieter than other parts, will get cut off, and then, like, sometimes the audio gets fucked. But let me know. I threw on a basic sound gate, so maybe less clicking and stuff comes through, but also apparently Grace's conversation in the other room. What the hell is noise suppression? NVIDIA noise removal. I'll look into that later. Not right now. Anyway. Is she watching TV? No, she's on the phone with her sister. Okay. It's cutting hard at the end of your words. Oh, alright. Well, that just sounds cringe. Fuck you, noise gate. Go away. Yeah. We'll just get rid of that. Give me that shit. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. If they're just entering game, that's going to be a hot second. So... we will... I don't know why I put the blocker out. You don't need the blocker. Sorry, I'm just being stupid. We will cast Blood Penguin Raced Game 1. And I'll just I'll just make a fucking double scorecard like a baller. Alright, here we go. I'm sick of waiting around. Let's do this. So, this is game 1 of the series between Blood Penguin and Race. We will get back to Phoenix King and Juarez when we know their epic conclusion. Okie dokie. For the Empire, we were just staring at their build for a while, but in case you didn't process it, we have 2 war wagons. We'll see how they are post chariot fixes. We have 1 outrider, a Demigryph Knight with halberds, 2 Empire Knights, a front line of spearmen and swordsmen, and Karl Franz in the sky with Gal Maraz, Reikland Runefang, Foeseeker, and Stand Your Ground, a Jade Wizard on the ground with Earthblood and Regrowth. Ah, I just got the replay for game 3 from the Phoenix King. Whatever, shit happens. Alright, we'll finish this replay. We started it. It's fine. But, on the other side, for the Cast Dwarves, we have some Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. How many? Looks like we have 2 with bows. I thought I saw more than 3. I guess only 3. 2 with bows, 1 without. We We have a front line of Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits paired with Hobgoblin Cutthroats, Goblin Laborers, and Chaos Dwarf Warriors, some with great weapons, some without. We have the Blazing Beards of Basrak Chaos Dwarf Warrior Regiment around with their blasting charges, and 2 basic Iron Demons, and a Sorcerer Prophet of Metal with Final Transmutation and Plague of Rust. Franz is very happy to take this engagement right away. He will pop Galmaraz and be a fearsome combatant, while the Sorcerer Prophet is a competent combatant, but not amazing. Though so far both have gotten a hit in. Very strange. Wow, how is Franz getting dicked this hard? What the hell? What? How is Franz getting dicked this hard? What is happening? Franz! What the fuck? No way! This guy has 56 melee attack, no bonus versus large. Franz has standard ground popped. He has 67 melee defense. And he's gotten hit every time. He's getting completely worked. He's just getting slammed. What the hell? Okay. Okay, I guess fuck Franz then. On the side, though, some of the skirmish cav of the Chaos Dwarves is getting caught by Empire Knights. Oh, there's another Hobgoblin. It was in the Vanguard. That's why I couldn't find it. Franz is getting fucking destroyed. But he gets a regrowth. And the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal gets a little bit of healing from his Blood Chalice, but he does get pushed away. Both Lords are going to rout. And Franz, you fucked that up so hard. You fucked that up so bad. Hobgoblins immediately shut down the mortars. And while it looks like the Empire is in dire straits, I mean, Franz is going to be fine. He can heal up. Their front line is doing amazingly, and 2 Iron Demons are trying to get into the backfield. The War Wagons are just going to go nuts on this Iron Demon. As he tries to catch up to the War Wagons, he won't do that much damage to them because Cavalry can really surround the War Wagons quite well, but single entities can still have a hard time with them. I guess he has a missile attack that he can use while he's moving in a straight line, but still, he's getting some damage on the War Wagons. It's just not going to be a lot. Demigryph Knights are happy to surround the Iron Demon. Whoop its buns. These do have halberds, so they'll get that anti-large we talked about. Friendly fire on Franz? Maybe, but like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord guy got a ton of damage down. $2,500 less health from Franz. No, but like, that's true. I know what you guys are saying, and you're all completely right, but like, the Sorcerer Prophet was hitting him every single time. Like, yes, it's his pistol, yes, it's the War Wagons, those contributed, but like, Franz did not dodge a single shot in RNG land, which was very funny, but also very sad. Iron Demon is getting worked down by the War Wagons and Franz. There goes one of them. The other Iron Demon is chasing around the Jade Wizard. Meanwhile, the Demigryph Knights with halberds actually taking a ton of damage since we last checked in on them, but 2 very healthy Empire Knights are helping to sweep out all these Hobgoblin infantry. Sorcerer Prophet of Metal is moving back in. Maybe he can Final Trans Franz or something, but Franz looks to be... Woo! Thank you. Grace surprised me. She put tea next to me, which was lovely of her, and I thank her very much, but it was also, the cup was very hot, and it touched my arm, and it burned a little bit, and that hurt me. Yeah, Franz is a better duelist, and he does more damage per swing. I just thought it was funny that the Sorcerer Prophet never missed. It was just funny. Anyway, Outrider's still trying to kite a little bit. War Wagon's still shooting at the Iron Demon. Balance of power is about even, which I just don't think at all. Okay, I guess the Chaos Dwarves have a lot of infantry in the distance, and infantry do count for the balance of power. I just think in, like, in-game agency, the Empire's chilling, man. Iron Demon getting soloed out again. Well, all on its own. It is fighting a lot of things, but it's alone. As Franz hits it, Demigryph Knight's halberds with also going to hit it, and healing is coming in for those guys. No, it's a Final Transmutation. Overcast onto Franz and his Demigryphs. He starts to run away from the Demigryphs as fast as he can, but he does run into some War Wagons, then he runs into some Empire Knights. So that is still going to be a really good value Final Transmutation. And Earthblood tried to heal him up in the middle of it, but he still took a lot of damage, and now he is above Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. Is Franz going to take some decent damage? I don't know. Never mind, Regrowth. Regrowth, the fixer of all things. She's building your character into Zuko. That's why she's trying to burn me. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders catch these Outriders. These are the melee variant of the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, so they have slightly better melee stats than their ranged companions. They manage to rout, but they also rout the Wolf Riders at the same time. Little breath attack in from the Sorcerer Prophet. though the War Wagons more than make up for that trade, and he regrets it immediately. The Iron Demon is once again under attack by Franz, down to 59 HP. It will get finished off, and the Chaos Dwarves are falling behind the balance of power. Empires rally an Outrider on the high ground. They're bringing him back with a lot of ammunition. War Wagons still have a good amount of ammunition as well. And the Chaos Dwarves, they're lumbering forward with literally Chaos Dwarves, so their faction namesake is actually here to help them out for a little bit. Empire Knights are going to try and cycle charge their way to victory, though Chaos Dwarves and Dwarves in general are notoriously hard to kill with Empire Knights. It's my turn to try to turn you into Darth Vader. It's true, it's true. Phoenix King, if you are here and you know the results of your Game 3, do not tell me. Since I don't know the results, I specifically asked that I not be told the results of these series yet. Franz is running back in with Empire Knights boxing in the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. They should tear out from a rear charge, and they do. These other Hobgoblins are on their way out, and I don't know how our friends, the Chaos Dwarves, get any DPS left here. We have 3 very healthy Chaos Dwarf Warriors, but I don't know. Feels like the Empire's just going to cycle charge him and heal up. We'll see. War Wagon's still trying to kill that Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. 14 volleys and 13 volleys left on them is brutal. Ooh, another Final Transmutation. Is it Overcast? No, it's Undercast, but still good. Still good. Earthblood tries to counteract it. Still got really good damage out onto the Empire Knights and a little bit onto the War Wagons. Pushed Franz lower and lower, and the Earthblood to heal Franz also heals Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. And this is where it starts to get concerning, as the Empire Knights are routing off. There's less stuff to keep the Outriders safe from the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Franz dives into them, but it looks like the Chaos Dwarf Warriors aren't really that interested in fighting him, so they're going to ignore it. War Wagons going into melee as they continue to try and shoot at the Sorcerer Prophet of Metal. Can the Chaos Dwarf Warriors hold? Looks like they're going to tear her out. 8 leadership up to 14. It's holding for now. Another Earthblood helps out. But the War Wagons are teeing off onto this guy. He snipes out the Lifecaster, which is huge, but he is also stuck on the ground. Franz gets a good charge attack into him, and the War Wagons are hitting him a lot more successfully on the ground than when he's in the sky. He's a lot easier to hit on the ground. So in the end, I think that was a good thing for the Empire. But, I mean, the Chaos Dwarves were behind in the balance of power, so they tried to snipe out the Healing Caster. I appreciate the risk. The risk didn't pay off, but he's behind, so he's trying. I think it's all but over. With the Sorcerer Prophet being shot in the back by the War Wagons, he will get killed. And then this faltering leadership for this Chaos Dwarf will mean he'll rout. This other one's not looking so hot. And the War Wagons still have 11 and 6 volleys to just pour into these guys. Outriders have 8 volleys left. Those Lifecasters also routing. Yeah, we have Demigryph Knights on the high ground. I don't know. There's just too much left. We'll play it at fast forward, as it is going to be a slow grind to the death either way. 3 HP on the Chaos Dwarf Lord, but he makes it out. Why are ranged Nobblers now 500 gold? Because they're closer to Kossars with spears than they are anything else. Franz did great. Demigryph Knights did great. War Wagons still did fantastically. Empire Knights did well. Outriders did fine. And the Empire Chaff did okay. Mortar did nothing because he immediately got pounced on by a sneaky, stabby Hobgoblin Wolf Rider. The other Hobgoblin Archers did okay. The Iron Demons really didn't do very much. The Metal Caster did fantastically well at 4,300 damage value. God damn. And then Chaos Dwarf Warriors did okay. So I wonder if instead of the 2 Iron Demons, if these guys had gotten 2 Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives, if they would have been okay. But, I mean, hindsight's great. If hindsight me was in charge of anything, I wouldn't have lost the Phoenix King, so, you know, after you lose, it's pretty easy to forehead and be like, oh, should have done that. Wow, such good insight. You're amazing. All right. While we're waiting on the Game 3 for Penguin and Raced, if they're even playing a Game 3, I haven't really checked my messages in a bit. I know we have the finale to the Phoenix King and Harez. Phoenix King on his beloved High Elves versus the Skaven. A matchup that's still, in general, Skaven favored. Poison Wind Globes and Avalanche Mortars do a lot of damage to High Elves clumped up factions. High Elves also have Cavalry, which is strong, but against Poison Globes it can be tough. So, yeah, just not a good time to be a High Elf. For the Skaven, we have 4 Wolf Rats, 2 with poison, 2 without, and they deployed in the Vanguard, which is unfortunately going to cost them, it looks like, already, because the Illyrian Reaver Cav can just run them down, and without the Packmaster nearby to provide support or as buffs or anything, their leadership's so low they're just going to get crushed. For the rest of the Skaven build, we have Clan Rats with Spears, Packmaster, Gracier of Ruin with the Dreaded 13th, Warp Lightning, and Howling Warp Gale. Then we have 2 Poison Wind Globes, 3 Rat Ogres, and another Skaven Slave in the back. For the High Elves, we have 4 Illyrian Reaver Archers, one of which is the Heralds of the Wind Regiment of Renown. We have 2 Tyrannok Chariots to provide disruption in the Skaven lines and stop those globes from firing. 5 Archers. Yes, 5 Archers. And then 4 more regular Illyrian Reavers, an Arcane Phoenix, and an Archmage of Death for mass disruption. But the dogs should... they just can't be in the Vanguard all alone, unfortunately. So they're going to take a lot of damage. Are they even worth it? Yeah, Nalba Trappers are still pretty good. You just treat them more like archers than you would treat them like a front line. Illyrian Reaver Archers taking out all 4 of the Wolf Rats is a brutal start here for this Skaven. Hindsight is a pretty chill dude. Tyrannok Chariots and Archers going to fire mostly at the Rat Ogres, I imagine. Will be the early game. The Illyrian Reavers and the Chariots in melee will stop the Poison Wind Globes, plus Fate of Buna onto one of these 2. Fate of Buna is going to take out one of these globes in a second here. But the Archer's job is to kill the Rat Ogres so that the Chariots and Cavalry can go uncontested. The bell tolls. It is Unholy Clamor just for some leadership. Also, Howling Warp Gale locks the Archmage of Death in place, but there's no ranged units that can actually punish her in this guy. Globes are throwing at her, but you just see how little damage they get. Same as versus Pterodons. Because anything on a small model like this is just going to wiggle around when it gets hit. Packmaster's trying to fight the Arcane Phoenix. That is a pretty good charge with Rat Ogres supporting Clan Rat Spears versus the Illyrian Reavers. And there goes the Bound Scorch down the line of Archers. Good little damage there for the free Bound spell. It doesn't cost you Winds of Magic or anything. Clan Rats charging out to stop the Archers from firing. Illyrian Reavers and Chariots having to fight Spears to stop them is not great. Oh, there's 2 sneaky Death Runners! Sneaky, spooky Death Runners! Didn't even notice them. Okay, well, they're trying to get in here and kill some Archers. Maybe they can turn this game around, but for now, the Archers are doing so much work onto the Rat Ogres. Rat Ogres getting pushed off. The Arcane Phoenix plus a Spirit Leech onto the Packmaster might rout him off. Shock Collar and Scrying Stone are the only things keeping him in this fight for now. He's going to need support soon. But the Heralds of the Wind and the Chariots are in the backline disrupting these Poison Globes. Haven't seen a Fate of Buna yet, which is a little surprising. Death Runners are now spotted. Illyrian Reaver is going to get a charge onto them, but it was a really limp charge. They didn't get very far. But the Cavalry still disrupts them, stop them from moving forward, and Archers are now turning to face backwards while other Archers continue to shoot at Rat Ogres. It is a chaotic battle. The Balance of Power still thinks the High Elves are only slightly ahead. Well, I think they're very ahead. I suppose the Storm Vermin with Halberd Summon being out is pretty brutal. There's a Fate of Buna, so that is 1 dead Poison Wind Globe. No arguing about it. It just dies. Like, Poison Wind Globes just die to a Fate of Buna. That's maths. Death Runners finally found their way onto the Archers they actually wanted, and a lot of Archers are getting shut down right now. This is a big play for this game to get back in the game. They have lost their Packmaster. He is not returning home, and one of their Storm Vermin Halberd Summons is out. They also lost the Globe, as we mentioned. It's just literally gone from the map. But they have shut down many an Archer. Ninja Rat's actually making it out, but oh no, tragedy! The 1 Poison Globe throws into his own guys. Luckily, the Death Runners didn't take that much damage from it, but that would have been brutal if he chucked it into a routing Archer and killed an entire Death Runner. Tyrannok Chariots, still going to be Chariots in late game. They have 22 and 19 ammunition left. Arcane Phoenix, rolling around, chilling. And the Deathcaster is somewhere. She's fine. I wonder if she even bothers to Fate of Buna this second Poison Wind Globe whenever it comes up, or if she's going to spend the rest of her time Spirit Leeching the Gracier of Ruin or something. I don't know. Globes chucking up the Arcane Phoenix. The Arcane Phoenix shrugs in disinterest. The Globes really don't do that much damage to that type of unit in general. Yeah, Spirit Leech onto the Gracier. I think she isn't going to waste a Fate of Buna on these Globes at this point. There's not a lot the Globes can do. They'll do a lot of damage to her Cavalry, but not to either of the Birds or to the Chariots. And the Birds and the Chariots should stop them from throwing at the Cavalry for the rest of the game. We'll see. Tyrannok Chariots rout off a Skaven Slave. Big boohoo. Hey, Great Book of Grudges. Your Tyrannok Chariots are getting used in a sweaty tryhard tournament by the Phoenix King. That's got to make you a little happy, right? And the High Elves are getting slightly ahead on the balance of power. They have a lot of the cards in their hand, but can they clutch it out? Running low on ammunition. The ammunition is getting good work. It's not like it's getting wasted. One of these Death Runners is taking a lot of damage. The other Death Runner is okay. Other than that, though, we just have Clan Rats of Spears, and while the High Elves are running out of gas, I mean, so are the Skaven. As long as the Skaven, I really have a ton left going on. If these Globes can get a good volley onto the Heralds of the Wind and these other Lyran Reavers, that could be huge, but nah, they're going to throw out the Arcane Phoenix. And they really just don't do that much damage to the Arcane Phoenix. Gracier has been trying to fight these other guys, but he gets Spirit Leeched again. Chariots are rolling straight through the Death Runners and the Spears. Downhill charge onto the Globes. And it looks like one of the birds, the Lord Bird, is going to be after the Gracier, while the other bird rear charges Rat Ogres to tear out them and let the Heralds of the Wind chase them off. So now anything that routes from the Skaven lines, the High Elves are plenty capable of chasing down. Nothing is really left fighting on the map besides the Gracier and one Death Runner that's now routing. Another Death Runner is trying to rejoin the fight, but we'll see if he even gets there as the second and final Stormburn with Halberd Summon comes out to try and save the game. But if the birds just fuck off and take their time, the High Elves should be able to chase down everything the Skaven have. The summon will fade away, and they can come back and fight the Gracier at a later date. I think that's going to be a High Elf win. Another Spirit Leech. Wow, actually the Archmage of Death is just opting into fighting on top of the Halberds. I have to say that's a mistake. Similar to the Blood Penguin versus Sipa mistake. I think the game's too far gone for a mistake like that to matter, but still. Nice Tornado on top of the Stormvermin Halberd summon. Honestly, just going to tear out them off and cause army losses even with the summon up. So we know Phoenix King is in the finals. Phoenix King with the 2-1 victory. I can now simplify the scoreboard. Well done, Tahara's Deft. Very close series there. GG. Okay. Deathcaster and Eagle did fine. Archers got slapped down by the Death Runner flank, but the Tyrnok Chariots did well. Illyrian Reavers did pretty great, especially the Archer variant, but regular Illyrian Reavers struggled a bit, but the Archer variant did really well. For Deft, his Lord did fine. Packmaster got soloed out. Death Runners got a good flank in. Rat Ogres did good. Globes struggled a bit. Dogs got slaughtered as soon as the game started, and then Clan Rats tried to carry it from there. So GG. I refuse to check my messages in case they are spoilers, but one of them might be a Game 3 replay from Blood Penguin and Race, so let's watch this and see if I even need a Game 3. If you want a Game 3 between these two excellent players, you're rooting for the High Elves to take their second win in a row here. If you want Blood Penguin to get to the finals, then you are rooting for the Norska. The Norska! He said as cringe as possible. I will now ask the Phoenix King to set up a lobby. Because I know he exists. So the finals, we will get the replays from Phoenix King no matter who wins. I see I have some messages. Me proud to chariot. Was Prometheus an afterthought or forethought? What? What are we talking about? What happened? I am scared. Regardless, for these two builds, I'll play it on slow motion. We have 4 more Illyrian Reaver Archers, one of which is the Heralds of the Wind. We have the Fireborn Dragon Princes, 3 Rangers, a Swordmaster of Hoeth, and the Puremain Company, White Lions of Krace. Mage of Life with Regrowth and Earthblood, and Imric upon his dragon for Raced's High Elves. For Blood Penguins, Norska, 2 Skin Wolves with armor, 2 Skin Wolves without, 1 Marauder Horseman with throwing axes, 2 Norscan Ice Wolves, and then a front line of Marauders and Marauder Champions, supported by a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, and Wolfric the Wanderer with Seafang, Fight or Die, and Hunter of Champions. No Marauder Javelins, which is silly. Why are the Vikings French now? I don't know. I just work here. Blech. Blech. I had like a weird hiccup thing that I didn't like at all. Imric's just flying around over. Without the Marauder Hunters with Javelins, he's feeling pretty safe to do whatever he wants. And Heralds of the Wind, plus these 3 other Illyrian River Archers, are plenty of skirmish capacity to push off those Marauder Hordes and Throwing Axes. I don't think Imric's going to be in much danger in the skies, though he is going to have to put on a carry performance. A lot of the expensive Dragon Lords are a significant investment, so they're going to have to like put the game on their back if you're going to win. That's why some of the more overpowered Dragon Lords in the game tend to make people irritated, because you feel like you don't give up a high price for a dragon. But like Imric's not a caster, so you're going to need a caster hero, and he himself is like 3,000 gold, so he's a quarter of what your army's going to end up being. Illyrian Reaver's doing a little bit of skirmishing, though they seem to not be getting very much damage out. I don't know if Blood Penguin's dodging and I'm just not seeing it, or if they're missing, but it feels like even when they're just shooting at dogs, they're not getting a lot of damage. Fireball are going to take a free charge onto Marauder Champions, but completely stop dead, bungling the charge for no reason, and now they are frostbitten by the dogs, allowing the Skinwolves to maybe catch up. And the Illyrian Reavers are shooting at those guys from the back, but it's really not doing that much. Overcasted Plague of Rust onto the Fireboard, giving them 50 armor, so even the dogs can get some good damage. It looks like further dogs are coming out from the other side, just really want to get these guys and do what damage they can. But the Fireborn are pathing away, and their very high melee defense stats seem to be keeping them safe. But oh no, they come back into the fight, thinking that they can't run away, and they're not going to escape. They just kind of opt into the fight for a second, but they take like a quarter of their HP, even after getting healed, and Skinwolves are here too, really giving them a hard time. The front lines have collided. Rangers should slaughter Marauders. Marauder Champions will cut through them like butter. And in the backfield, Imric is sniping out the Norskan caster. Really good catch for them. Illyrian Reavers were trying to support for a little bit, but now they're just leaving him to his fate. With throwing axes chucking at his face and Skinwolves surrounding him, he's having a hard time killing off that Shaman Sorcerer, and Wulfric is here. 100 Champions is down, and this could be really bad for Imric. He has 98 melee attack due to the Dragon Horn, but only 16 melee defense. He's getting slammed! He's getting absolutely destroyed! The Life Caster's all the way across the map. I don't think she can even regrowth him from that range, and Imric is just dead! The Braying Hounds of Norska surround him. The Illyrian Reavers try and charge in to give him a little bit of space so he can path out and maybe get some healing, but he is going to rout, and he's still getting chewed apart. For Norska, the front line is going pretty good. The Elves are getting a bit more damage out from the Fireborn now that the rest of these guys have fucked off. And that is an Earthblood onto Imric from a distance to try and heal him back up. Swordmasters of Hoth are going nuts on some Marauder Champions. They're doing great. But, oh, the High Elves are in deep shit. They just lost their Lord. And like I said, it's 3,000 fucking gold. You lose him, you lose a quarter of your army. The dogs are all swarming about him. Imric has an impressive melee defense, so he is hard to get through. Plus, some of the guys are just getting destructed by these Illyrian Reaver archers. So they're trying to lock him in place. Meanwhile, the Shaman Sorcerer of Meadow is being escorted off by the Heralds of the Wind. Imric shatters, and it looks like they're just going to bail out. The High Elves have good enough leadership that even if you kill their Lord, the leadership spike's not going to matter that much. So as long as he's shattered, they decide it's not worth their time to keep walking around with him. They'd rather just go and get more damage out elsewhere. It looks like they're leaving one unit to maybe attack him. No, they let him go. They're fine with it. Fuck him. Skinwolves charging back into Rangers. Marauder Champions still getting killed off by Swordmasters of Hoeth in the woods. Swordmasters even get a little bit of an Earthblood. But all the healing in the world can't save you now, as Norska even rally their caster by chucking Skinwolves and dogs over at the Heralds of the Wind. That is RIP territory. Rest in peace. GG, well played. As the Fireborn are getting healed up a little bit by a regrowth, looks like they are at or near their healing cap. Marauder Champions, while they are dying to the Puremain Company, while they are dying to the Swordmasters of Hoeth, they're holding, and that's all you really need out of them is now the Norskan mobility component is starting to rejoin the fight and fuck some people up. Is the High Elves match to lose? Why is it? Why is it their match to lose? Illyrian Reaver Archers still trying to fire back against these throwing axes and get them away from the Puremain Company, who are fighting the good fight. A Life Caster is running away from Wulfric. She's not on foot, which makes her a lot less tanky, but she is fast, I guess. And what is that getting cast? That is a Searing Doom onto some Rangers. Should do enough damage to maybe rout them. Then the Swordmasters will be all alone. Army losses should hit for the High Elves in just a hot second here. As Wolfric is still chasing that lady. But if she routes, their bounce power is going to dip so much that they'll just lose out. Swordmasters have even routed. Illyrian Reavers have no arrows left to contribute. That's GG. Blood Penguin goes to the finals. It's Blood Penguin versus the Phoenix King. The Marauder Horseman with Throwing Axes, the one unit that he brought, got a ton of value because he protected it. Ice Wolves, Skin Wolves, and the Skin Wolves with armor did pretty darn well. And the Marauder frontline, even with their Marauder champion components, just kind of got clowned on by the High Elves. But Raced had some serious infantry, so it's not shocking that the Marauder champions got dicked on. GG. Alright, now I'm safe to look at my messages. Finals will be the Phoenix King versus Blood Penguin. And now that I know it was a 2-0, these two have been matched up for about half an hour, so we should be getting game one pretty soon. Since I instructed Phoenix King to send me his replays, I'm going to go ahead and put him on the left side. That Phoenix King. On the other side, we'll get Blood Pengu. His first tournament since returning to us with patch 4.1, and he's already off to a good start getting all the way to finals. Hey. If game one is taking this long, it must have been a fucking banger. Not true, also won Friday Night Fights last night. Well, I didn't know that, Booge. I wasn't here. I'm looking for through the replays from this tournament to see if there are any that are particularly interesting. But I don't see any. So I'll do a quick battle. I'll do a quick battle. Let the players get ahead of me a bit. Send me some replays. Oh, hey, it's Getty. What up, Getty? How do you get the Warlord's background? There's arrows on your screen that you can click. Because you weren't watching? I told you I was at my in-laws. I told you. That's the reason I wasn't in your tournament. Getty's in my Discord, so I know this person. Well, I don't know them, but I know of them. Ace the Grand Cathay mirror match. Let's fucking go. Alright. So, I picked Grand Cathay for a specific reason. We wanted to try Stone Ground Stance. I'll grab Constellation of the Dragon in case he, like, hard blobs or something and I get a free one that I can punish, but I want to use Stone Ground Stance on Jade Lancers and turn them into, like, Grail Knights of old, where you just plow through the enemy lines. That shit would be so funny. So that's what I want to do. Drink another coffee or take a nap? It's Saturday. Take a nap. Alright, so let's get some Jade Lancers to give them stone ground stance and make them invincible. Oh, we're not married yet, but whatever. You get the point. You get it. Bleh. I'm gonna get crane gunners. I'm gonna get 2 firing rockets. We're gonna go pew 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 all over the enemy box. And if they don't box, then I have cavalry, and I'm more than happy to dance that dance. Dance, dance, falling apart at halftime. Dance, dance, you ought to believe. Yeah. Dance, dance. Honest opinions only. Did I crush it or did I crush it? Because I feel like I crushed it. We're falling apart at halftime. Dance, dance. Dance, dance. You dance, dance. Okay, where are these chevrons gonna go? That's better. Sure. You dance, dance. Wujing War Compass? I'm just gonna shoot at his ass. I'm gonna go pew pew. Getty's in one of my chats right now talking about his build with other people, and they're giving him advice on it and stuff, and then Sippa just pops in and he's like, you know, tune into Hummus's stream, by the way. Alright, let's do this. The Grand Cathay mirror match of legend. I have just received one of the finals replays for game 1. So if we play this and then we cast that, they should have enough time between those 2 different games to get us game 2. And then if it's a 2-0, we won't have to wait at all. That would be nice. Alright. If he goes full rush, we are in deep shit. But if he Cathay boxes, oh boy, we're going to shoot him. We're going to shoot him dead. This map is bad for shooting with crane gunners, actually. I just played this with Vampire Coast versus Salinator. He was on dwarves. But because of this hill that runs through the middle a little bit, crane gunners and, in that game, deck gunners just couldn't see shit. They couldn't shoot up. So I'm going to deploy them way out in this field. That'll be fine. Forbidden box mirror. I don't really have a box. I hardly have a front line. Turning formation attack off because for a while now it hasn't offered any melee defense, so I don't care. Just sucks. Don't really have a ton of melee infantry because like I said, I'm just gonna shoot the shit out of them, and if we lose, then we lose. I do have Stone Ground Stance to turn my Jade Lancers into Grail Knights. I'm hoping that'll be very fun. And if he hard blobs at some point, maybe I can get a Constellation of the Dragon. What's its Overcast do? Increases its damage for only 5 more Winds of Magic? Yeah, it's probably worth it. So I should probably try to Overcast at that. Box Mirror? It's... What? How is this a box? How is this a box? Don't get me started on that shit again. Back when I used to play more boxes than I do now, but like if I... There are times I will say where you guys were too critical, where it's like, he has cavalry on his flanks like this. It's a box. It's a box because he's defending his flanks. It's a box. No, a fucking box is like when you do like this, like, oh boy, oh geez, oh gosh, that's a box. That's a fucking box. Not having one rat ogre or one jade lancer covering all this fucking space. This isn't a box. That's an open flank. That's an open flank I have to win the mobility engagement to keep safe. That's an open flank. It's not a fucking box. Get out of here. God damn, still get triggered from all the people doing this shit. There are boxes. I have played boxes in the past, not pretending I haven't. But you're too sensitive. You're too sensitive. I see no difference. That's why everyone besides me is cringe. Oh. These guys are actually out of range of anything, so I'm just gonna move them up right now. Because I'll be moving my crane gunners and melee infantry up, so I just don't want to bother moving these guys up forever. Can't fool us. I despise all of you. Anyway, I'm waiting on him to ready up. Alright, let's go. Ah, shit! It's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. I am just here for turning Jade Lancers into Grail Knights. That's all I want out of life. So if I can get that, that's fine. I do need my crane gunners need to get out into the open field some more. Ah, shit, he has cannons. Move up. Kill those fucking cannons. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a good day to die! Get him! Get the cannons!
At once, I shall.
Oops, didn't even do that. I wanted these guys. Oh, he's shooting at me! Alright, boys. We, who are about to become Grail Knights, salute you! Yeah! Yeah! Roar! Push! Push through the ball! You're unstoppable! Are they? Are they unstoppable? Uh-oh. There's too many men! There's too many people! Making too many problems! And there's not much left to go around. This is the land of confusion. I just got executed. That was not nice. All right. We're trying to rout them. We routed them. Get through there, you fucks. Wait, Stormground Stance wears off already? Holy shit, it's so short. All right, Crowmen. I don't know how these Crowmen took so much damage, but they did, so let's make the most of it. But, oh boy, the firing rockets are going burr. We have set up on the outskirts. We are here. I don't know what we would do if the enemy Crowmen came over towards my things. Oh shit, Crane Gunners, they're doing that. They're doing the thing I literally just started worrying about. Crane Gunners, do something. I'm gonna attack these Jade Warriors that can't have charge defense. That seems like a good idea. Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him in their fucking face! Rocket battery. Battery. Bretonnia. Alright, those Peasant Long Spears aren't priced, so go get them, boys. Alright, we're killing them, we're killing them. Yes, yes. Oops, 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 I stayed in melee combat because I'm stupid. No! I didn't mean to stay in melee combat, I'm just really dumb. You can't punish someone for being really dumb. Oh wow, those Onyx Crowmen just fucked up my firing rocket in one shot, didn't they? Alright, Onyx Crowmen, despite the nerfs to their price, are still fucking busted. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know, everybody. Alright, let's keep shooting those Crowmen, because apparently if they come back, they'll just kill everything. Fuckers. Oops, I got caught. Oh no. Oopsie poopsie. So I'm going to move my crane gunners up onto the ridge so we can start seeing the enemy. I'm going to keep peasant spears nearby in case Yumbo thinks he's clever. Like a fuck. I'm being bombed, but it's okay. I was born for this. We drop our own bombs. And then my crowmen get murdered. And then you're around. We're doing stuff. He has more crows behind me. So I'm going to use a crane gunner to push them off and just hope that that's okay. What's happening over here? Oh, some shit's getting chased. Okay. Oh, that's fine. That happens. Alright. My Jade Lancers took a bunch of damage. Crowmen run away. Run away from the bad man. Crows, run away from the bad man. You guys are doing fine. Crane gunner is still trying to get up here, so we can at least like say hello. What's going on? How's this going? This is going fine. This is going fine. Yeah, this is good. Yep. Our Onyx Crowmen need to fight the enemy Onyx Crowmen to show them who is the crowinest of the Onyxes. This guy needs to get up onto the ridge, and then we can shoot at Celestial War Compass things forever. Routing off some things. This is back online. It has a fun little bug that says it has more unit models than it really does. But yeah, we're gonna do that. This crane gunner needs to shoot at the Onyx Crowbeans. Where's this guy? This guy's doing okay. Alright, Crowman, ignore Yunbo. Continue chasing randoms. Ah, she-ball. Dodge. Curved into me, because of course it did. Actually, honestly, I'm just going to shoot at Yumbo, because those celestial pricks can't do very much about this. Alright, let's get both crane gunners to shoot at Yumbo, and let's get some peasant long spears to tell him what. Oh boy. Okay. Let's stone ground stance these guys, because that worked so well for us the first time. Yeah. Fire and rocket crew, let's move over here and provide some support. Let's get both these peasant long spears also going over here to provide support. Nothing else matters about what's going on over here. This fire and rocket can die. I don't give a fuck. My crane gunners need to fire at Yambo, the Jade bitch. Turn guard mode off. He's the only target you have for the rest of the fucking game. Jade Lancers have routed off those peasant long spears. These other peasant long spears are just chilling, doing their best, poking away at little war compasses. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're back. Kill them. That's gonna hurt. Dodge! Dodge for your lives! Oh, they didn't dodge for their lives. Can you hit him? You hit him a little bit. Does that rout him? That'd be nice. Dodge! 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 Stone ground stance! It's all I have. Stone ground stance. We have mass. We have leadership. We have balls. We have pure cojones. We retreat from nothing and no one. Also, did that lightning bolt hit them more than it hit me? That's kind of insane. Stone ground stance. Shoot him. Oh, fuck. No. How did you just shoot? How? What? What? How did you shoot? What was that? What are you, a dumbass? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh no, my crane gunner's under attack again. Ah, leave me alone! Ah! No! No, leave me alone! No, no, run away! No, no, run away! No! This is bad. Ah! 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 Alright, we got rid of those guys. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. They're doing more lightning. Oh god, we hate lightning. Oh, I got the jukes. Stone ground stance, fuck you. This is stone, this is ground, this is stance. My stance has never been more grounded, nor it has been more stone. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh, I hit my own stone ground stance. Infantry, I can't move. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Oh malarkey. All right, stone ground stance does not last long enough. Also, it did not give me enough mass to get through the peasants. But it did okay. I have one question. All right. Empire versus Kislev. I have at least one replay from the finals, maybe two. Maybe one of the players just think I didn't get it. But all I'm investigating here is I'm playing on triple fast forward till we get that last volley that did some friendly fire, because it didn't look like my firing rocket was facing towards me, and it's maybe a funny video. So I just want to see it. Stone Ground Stance was really good on my Peasant Long Spears with Yembo. That I will say. Stone Ground Stance was really good with those guys, because even in his like dragon form, he couldn't move them very fast, and they kind of fucked him up. So that was cool. Human Boy outboxes his opponent once again. The Constellation of the Dragon was good at punishing an opposing Cathay, because Peasant Long Spears don't have a lot of armor. And it did do a lot of damage, so that was quite nice. Okay, we have 2 replays of our finals. Okay, so either our finals is a 2-0 and it's already done, or they're entering game 3. But I just want to see if there's a funny bug that I can make a video out of quick. So it's not yet. And this map, because of the lava in the distance, the lava always makes fast forwarding on this map really hard. But I swear at one point these guys fire out of the side of their face to just get some friendly fire onto me. But when is it and why? Alright, so they're still firing at the Crowman. I don't want to double fast forward yet though. I think this is where it's coming maybe. So they're both still facing this way. They're still firing off that way. Okay, that's great, that's great. And now I tell them to attack these Peasant Long Spears, which is fine. But at some point, a firing rocket volley goes way to the right, so I want to know what the fuck happened there. This looks like this might lead to trouble. Alright, they get attack orders onto the crows again. Attack orders onto the crows. They're still both facing this way. So there's no trouble here. Oh yeah, and that's when they rout them. Okay, so we saw this. Okay, that's shattered. Now they're kind of turning. Their viewfinder says they're facing this way. But this guy is actually facing towards me, even though it says I'm not in range at all. Oh, and then they turn. Okay, so it's not a bug, they just turn towards me. And then fire off a volley into my own troops. And then their fucking rangefinder just turns it. What are they doing? They're just spinning around. Whatever. It's too confusing to make a crisp video out of, but that is very funny. They're just spinning around, shooting at anything that moves. Okay, let's enough fuckery. We have some finals, huh? I have 2 replays. We don't know if there's a third yet, so I'm not going to bother with a blocker, because it's not like I have the whole series, as far as I know. We do have 2 replays so far, so I will save them both, and let's just get right into it. Phoenix King versus Blood Penguin, the finals of the first sweaty land battle tournament of patch 4.1. Let's do this. Empire versus Kislev was the first game. Blood Penguin is back on his beloved Kislev. Though actually, it's funny. Both times he's played Kislev today, he played Kislev versus a faction that he also plays. Because he plays Empire, Bretonnia, Kislev, and I guess he actually does play a lot of Norska. But, yeah, he fought Bretonnia, and now he's fighting Empire with his Kislev. For the Phoenix King, picks Empire, runs a pretty standard build for today, except for a cannon. I haven't seen a cannon all day. And I usually don't see him for good reason. Okay, what do we got? 2 war wagons, front line of spearmen and great swords mixed in. Looks like 4 Empire Knights, 1 great cannon. Earthblood and Regrowth Caster to help out Karl Franz, and that is it. For Kislev, we have 2 Kosovite Dervishes off in the flanks, some Winged Lancers, and a Griffin Legion in the back. I can't convince Blood Penguin to stop fucking taking the Griffin Legion. I hate those units, but he loves them. We have the Wolfhearts, Auction Ambushers, plus a basic Auction Ambusher, 2 Kossars with Spears, 2 Things in the Woods, one of which is the Mordheim Bale Fiends, and then 5 Armored Kossars as the front line with Ice Witch of Ice with only Frost Maiden's Kiss as her spell. Cool, cool. Kossar's going to line up and start getting some shots with their pistols before they're forced into melee. They are going to target the Great Swords. Want to tick those guys down. Great Swords can actually kill the Kossars. Spearmen, they'll be fine. They'll win that fight. Mordheim Bale Fiends hopping into Empire Knights. They will get decent damage, especially if the Wolfhearts help out. There is Stand Your Ground and Reichland Runefang popped, giving these Empire Knights pretty insane stats. With 54 for an 850 gold heavy cab. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Greatsword's taking a lot of damage on the way in from the Kossar Spears, the Pistols, and the regular Auction Abushers. The Wolfhearts are supporting this main fight. Pack Trap has locked the Empire Knights in place, and Tainted Blood means that Earthblood isn't going to heal them up at all. But now Franz is free and clear, and it looks like he's going right after the Wolfhearts. Armored Kossars firing into the Empire Knights. Elsewhere, Kislev is winning the front line for now. Kosovite Dervishes are trying to get onto the cannon and shut it down, but for now they're trying to get around those spearmen. And war wagons are firing away on the background. Looks like they're firing at Winged Lancers who got into a fight with regular cab. Where's the other Winged Lancers? Where's the Griffin Legion? Griffin Legion? Hello? Winged Lancer. Winged Lancer. There's the Griffin Legion. Oh, fuck. They're almost dead. Okay, that's bad. That's real bad. Mordheim Bale Fiends and the Winged Lancers trying to surround Franz, and the Mordheim Bale Fiends do have 100% healing reduction, so it's not like he can get a regrowth and get out of here. If the Wolfhearts can get safe enough to turn on fire on him, this could be a huge snipe attempt onto Franz. Like I said, no regrowth can bail him out as long as he's affected by that anti-heal poison. Kosovite Dervishes are just dancing around this Spearman as the Spearmen keep running in an inner circle to keep the cannon online and focused, but with enough support, it looks like the Empire is able to push off the Winged Lancers, and now it's just the Mordheim Bale Fiends in the area. But War Wagons, we saw in the first game with War Wagons, they didn't take a lot of damage, but with all this ranged pressure and cav pressure, the War Wagons are under much more duress. And trying to stay alive, they've taken more damage, they've even required a lot more healing. The Wolfhearts are also firing at the War Wagons, who are clumped up on these Kossar Spears. They were trying to charge through them, but they got locked up on it. Bounce power is about even. Franz is free and clear once again to get healing and got rid of the Mordheim Beowulfs. Their poison went with them. And the Wolfhearts are retreating. Kislev is doing very, very well in this top flank. We haven't paid attention to it at all, but they won everything up here. They've got a good firing line. They've got good support of armored infantry, and they have the Things in the Wood that's still healthy enough to block up Franz. On the bottom side, the Empire is doing a lot better, but still, the Kislevite front line was just a lot higher quality. So it's not shocking that Kislev is winning the frontline fights. These Kosovo dervishes, very, very well played by the Phoenix King of the Empire to keep his great cannons online. Even with their suicide charges, he just ran these spears around on an inner circle to stay between the cannons and the Kosovo dervishes. And Blood Penguin couldn't sit here and just micro them constantly. He had other shit going on, obviously. So at some point, they got caught by those Empire Knights and killed off. The Wolfhearts are still under attack. Empire Knights trying to kill him, but Karl Franz is stuck in the sky due to a pack trap, it looked like. But now it has worn off, and he's going to dive in. Standard Ground and Micro Moonfang giving those Empire Knights all the stats in the world. And War Wagons, one of them is down to just below half HP. The other one is almost dead, as they attempt to still be relevant in this game. Kislev, a lot of their front line remains. Their Lord is very healthy. Some of their archers are still on board, but most of their mobility is shut down. Wing Lancers aren't feeling too good on either side. I don't know where the Griffin Legion are. They're right here, and they're almost dead. We know the Kosovo Dervish is dead, and we have one Things in the Woods that's currently getting chopped apart. So Kislev could quickly get down to just heavy infantry and archers. The Wolfhearts are surviving an attack by the War Wagons, as some Kossar spears are going to aim over and shoot at them. Hello and good game. Good game indeed, Getty. Good game indeed. You almost killed my lord. Almost. It was a pretty silly Grand Cathay Mirror. I enjoyed it. Got a good cancellation of the Dragon down. Got to kill some stuff. One War Wagon is routing. Looks like it might shatter. Its leadership was real bad for a long time, but it's down to 3 models. 2, 1. Just about dead. The other War Wagon is down to 3 models and taking more damage. Things in the Woods still fighting it out, showing a surprising tenacity. As Kislev tries to get their shit together, looks like the Empire has just been throwing thing after thing after thing to disrupt these Kossars and these Akshina ambushers, stop them from firing in. But eventually they're going to run out of things to feed into the fire. I think we have one more pack trap. Yeah, one more pack trap is available. I wonder what they use it on. It looks like they're going to use it on Franz. And spend the time that Franz is not here trying to kill the Empire Knights is what I imagine. I don't think they'll try and snipe Franz himself. He's too easy to heal up, and you're not going to be able to kill him in one pack trap. The Empire Knights are much more important to take care of, so you can just, you know, take a breather and sit and shoot for once. Wife Wizard for the Empire is half HP. The last Empire Knight that's still in this game? No, there's 2 Empire Knights, but neither of them is looking too good. And there's a War Wagon in the trees. Now, the Great Cannon is back online. That's very far away from the fight. If these Kossars with spears could get over there and start shooting at it, that'd be fine. But they're busy shooting at Franz. They're busy shooting at these Empire Knights. So they got their own things going on. The Empire's still very ahead on the balance of power, though I think the game is closer than that's giving it credit for. And by that, I mean, I think the game is dead even. I don't know who wins from this point, and I don't even lean towards one side or the other. Wing Lancers are still fighting it back against Empire Knights, and a nice Ice Maiden's Kiss is clearing out one of the last healthy chaff units the Empire has. Franz is trying to put the game on his back. While he's not a Dragon Lord, and Dragon Lords like notoriously hate just being stuck in infantry and clearing them out, he's a little better at clearing out infantry than a Dragon Lord. He still doesn't love it. He's a duelist character. He does not want to just sit in armored Kossars in the late game, so that's why I'm making such a big deal out of Kislev killing off all of his support, because eventually you're just going to make Franz sit in a bunch of random assholes, and he's going to slowly die. Best of luck in the tournament. I already got knocked out, but thank you for your posthumous support. This is the finals. The guy who knocked me out is playing Empire. The other degenerate is Blood Penguin. And his archers are moving into range of that Great Cannon. And if you take out the Great Cannon, the balance power is going to rocket right back towards the middle, because it is like, you have a full health, full ammunition cannon! And most of us are looking at it saying, yeah, cannons don't do that much damage versus infantry, so it's not actually that useful. It's just a big balance power sink. Wing Lancers routing off as Things in the Woods chase Empire Knights. Other Empire Knights are rallying and returning to the fold. We still have a War Wagon in the background without a lot of good targets and not a lot of HP to engage with a mostly ranged faction. Another Ice Maiden's Kiss trying to kill off the last of the Spearmen. The Great Cannons are now under attack, forcing the Spearmen to come fight Kossars with Spears. I think Kossars with Spears are going to do okay here. The Wolfhearts are here. They have no more pack traps, no more nets of any kind, but they're still going to do some good damage. And the Things in the Woods actually just charging straight over for the Great Cannons, realizing that these Kossars with Spears aren't going to be able to fire for much longer. They do just suicide the Things in the Woods. I don't know if I agree with that decision. I think they maybe should have been kept as your only form of mass to protect all of these archers and infantry from getting cycle charged. But they go out there and they do get killed. I think that is a bit of a mistake, unfortunately. Ice Maiden's Kiss maybe going to get those Spearmen with shields to rout and get the Kossars with Spears back online to firing at the Great Cannons. For now, the Empire Knights are the ones under attack. Reichel and Runefang and Stand Your Ground was giving them impressive stats, but none of those helped them versus missiles. Meanwhile, the Ice Witch and Armored Kossars. Ice Witch does have Frostbite, so she slows this Jade Wizard down if she can ever hit him, and that should keep him in range of the Armored Kossars for years to come. But Franz is here, and I don't know what's going to stop Franz from killing the Ice Witch in like 2 hits. Maybe just infantry character jank, but even that, you can see big hit for him, another big hit for him, and a Regrowth is hitting him up, so the Kislevite caster is on very borrowed time. The Great Cannons are being allowed to fire, as are the War Wagons. Nope, the Wolf Hearts finally turn and start shooting back at those War Wagons. But I'm kind of surprised the Great Cannons are being allowed to fire. It looks like all hands are on deck to try and stop this Lord Snipe, but Franz has not missed a single shot onto this Ice Witch of Ice. And a Regrowth is even healing him back up. Balance of Power is getting dangerous for Kislev, but the Archers are able to get rid of the War Wagons once again. And Franz's heal cap is within sight. The Ice Witch of Ice is, she rallies after her Buyer Blood passive wears off. I was trying to remember that name. And someone has to stop the fucking cannon, please. Someone stop the cannon. The Wolf Hearts are finally singing their last as we get down to just Franz and the Kossars. I guess the Kossars are just prioritizing their damage onto Franz, but I mean, this feels just insane to let this cannon fire for free. Something's got to go stop it, please. Someone. Have about 3 times the knockdown resist of game 1. Oh, okay, game 3, yeah. I thought you meant casters in game 3. I was like, bro, have you ever seen a High Elf Mage? High Elf Mages never get knocked, always get knocked down. They never take damage. Things are getting a little spooky. We do have some Armored Kossars finally marching out to kill that Great Cannon. And another Regrowth onto the Jade Wizard. They might army loss Kislev just off of healing up their single entities and causing that balance of power to tip so far against them. Auction Ambusher is going to get routed off by Franz here. They are racing to shut down the Great Cannon just to keep the balance of power from tipping into army losses, because Kislev really wants to force Franz to kill every single Armored Kossar on this map. But army losses may not let them. Here, the Armored Kossars finally reach the Great Cannon. They're finally going to try and shut it down. Are they in time? Yep, they knock them off. Their health spikes down because the cannons are way healthier than the crew, and they shatter the crew. That will help stop army losses, as Kossars still poke at Franz. And this is what I'm talking about. Franz takes decent damage, even just fighting Armored Kossars. Buyer Blood is going to wear off, though. We'll see where their leadership is actually at. It's at 28, so they'll be okay for now. They might still terror out at some point, but they'll come back into the game. Auction Ambushers and Kossars with Spears still firing at Franz, whittling down that HP pool. Another Earthblood onto him, but he's going to hit his heal cap with that Earthblood, it looks like. So now none of that even matters. The only healing you can do is on your Jade Wizard, which he's not going to carry the game. Franz taking a nasty volley to the face from these spears, and he charges straight into them. And despite their charge defense and charge reflection, they still take a massive charge thing. Someone who knows the game mechanics better than me, like the behind-the-scenes game mechanics, can explain how they just took so much damage on that charge despite all the charge reflection. But they did. Armored Kossars get charged from behind. They get routed off. Stuff shattering, and we might just get a chain reaction army losses. There it is. As Phoenix King goes up 1 game. $2,200 value on Franz, 1,000 on his cannon. Cannon actually paying for itself for the first time in history, which is good. Empire Knights did really well. Great Swords tried their best, but they got shot a bunch, so it's not like they did bad in melee, but they did just get shot. War Wagons, neither of them paid for themselves. That's nice to see. That's nice to see, isn't it? Neither War Wagon paid for itself? That's cool. I don't know why I hang out with you people. You're all jerks. Winged Lancers and... oh, God, the Griffin Leeches did very poorly. Anyway, Winged Lancers did okay. They did just fine. Things in the Woods did overall well. Armored Kossars did overall well. Kossars with Spears and Auction Ambushers, did very well. The Archer Corps did very, very nicely. Conspired Dervishes got nothing done, unfortunately. Yeah, I love you, Skaven Mail. Thanks, buddy. I would say that they were not braced. That's why so much impact damage. They seemed braced. They were just shooting at him. Does that unbrace you? Okay. I really have to pee, so I'm going to be right back. Alright. You're not braced when shooting, you think? Alright. Game 2. We'll see if there even is a game 3. I legitimately don't know. Greenskins back on his High Elves versus Blood Penguins, Norska. Hey, Ronan. We have seen Blood Penguin play this exact matchup in the semifinals versus Raced. So, he took the exact same build we saw before. 2 Armored Skin Wolves, 2 regular Skin Wolves, 2 Norskan Ice Wolves, a front line of Marauders and Marauder Champions mixed, 1 Throwing Axe Cav, a Metal Caster with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, and then Wolfric with Fight or Die. 100 Champions and Seafang. On the other side, for the High Elves, a lot more cavalry. Triple Dragon Princes, 2 Lyran Reavers regular, 2 Lyran Reavers with their bows, 3 Rangers, a Lore Master of Hoeth with Lithon's Wild Form and Earthblood, and then a Prince on his dragon with all of his buffs. Alright. Yeah. I had to have a bite of food because I was actually getting really shaky and getting a headache from having too much caffeine and too little food. Because this stream did go over my lunchtime, so. Marauder Champions get some breath attack. I don't know if that was meant for them. I think it was meant for the Skin Wolves, but whatever. As the High Elf Cavalry is raffle stomping this front line right now. My god. There's a Plague of Rust somewhere on one of these 3 Dragon Princes. And a Searing Doom is even out from Norska to a whole bunch of High Elf Cavalry. But so far the High Elves seem to be doing quite well. They've already routed off a Marauder Champion, and a Dog. Skin Wolves are now left alone. I mean, Wolfric's trying to support them, but I meant no infantry, no dog supports. They are getting poked down. And the range of the High Elves doing pretty good so far. I know in the distance, some dogs and Skin Wolves team up on the Lyran Reavers, take them out. Rangers are getting surrounded by random-ass Marauders. But all the infantry of Norska is kind of useless against this build, because there's nothing for them to disrupt. The Lyran Reaver Archers are the only ranged units, and they're way faster than infantry. This could be huge. Wolfric's trying to fight the Prince, but the Prince has so many buffs popped. He's up to 1,000 weapon strength, 150 armor, and 9254 for melee stats. He's chasing down Wolfric, getting good damage out. Wolfric's already down to half HP, and an Earthblood comes in from that Swordmaster of Hoeth, wherever he is. So Wolfric's trying to fight back. Throwing Axe Cav is trying to help out. Now, things are turning a little bit here in this blob fight, as one of the Dragon Princes has taken significant damage. So has an Lyran Reaver. We still have a half health and a 2/3, maybe 3/4 health Dragon Prince. And in the backfield, one of the Lyran Reavers gets caught by the Ice Wolves and the Skin Wolves, so it won't be getting away. It'll be slowed down way too much. Wolfric is still under assault. Though the Prince has lost all of his momentum, and he doesn't have any of his buffs popped, he might want to get out of here, and Norska is sitting in so much infantry support that the cavalry is having a hard time getting in here, and if they stay committed to the fight, they take a lot of damage. A really good Searing Doom as Norska tries to slam and pick and axe and bite and punch their way back into this game. Do have an Lyran Reaver routing. Dragon Prince is taking significant damage. Wolfric's trying to keep chasing the Prince because he really liked how that matchup was going for him. And these throwing axes still on the outside. Looks like they're actually throwing at Dragon Princes, not the Lord guy, which is fine. Can Fireleash Bullets shoot air to air? I actually don't know the answer of that question. I don't. Another Seafang goes through the clumped up cavalry. Some of the Dragon Princes were getting Plague of Rusted for a bit. They had Stand Your Ground to help them out. A beautiful giant breath attack hits like 2 or 3 different units. And now Wolfric is isolated. He has a couple Marauders nearby, but it's not nearly enough to support him. Hunter of Champions is down onto the Prince, who gets Wiston's Wild Form and Foe Seeker. And Skin Wolves are coming back to help Wolfric. Does he have Fight or Die up to keep them in this battle? Maybe they could get some decent damage down. The High Elves are running out of stuff that isn't single entities. Their Lord and their Swordmaster of Hoeth, Lore Master of Hoeth, are doing pretty good. But there go the Skin Wolves. There go the Lyran Reavers that were offering support to either side. Another nice Searing Doom is going to hit the Rangers and the Dragon Princes. For the High Elves, 2 of the Dragon Princes are just about toast. 1 is just under half HP. The Prince is just under half HP, and he's gotten a ton of healing as Wolfric's now rear charging him. His offensive buffs are up, but standard ground is not, so he doesn't have increased melee defense of any kind. Wolfric's getting rear charge after rear charge on him, but Wolfric doesn't have any buffs up either. The Skirmish Cav still throwing in, still trying to help out. His Skin Wolves keep piecemealing back in wherever they get healing, but Wolfric gets finished off, and without him, the leadership of Norska is going to just tank too far. That is GG, and Phoenix King takes the finals in a 2-0. The Prince did very well. 2,800 damage value. Dragon Princes, mixed, but overall pretty good. One of them didn't pay for themselves, one of them paid for themselves, and one got above and beyond. Lune Reavers did okay, Rangers did okay. For Blood Penguin, Wolfric was trying his best, the Metal Cast was trying his best. Skin Wolves just didn't quite have the bite to finish off this game. Dogs did okay, and the vastly superior front line didn't end up mattering because there wasn't much of a front line of the Elves to fight back. There weren't archers to disrupt, so in the end, they just kind of walked around and tried to help where they could. So that is GG. The Phoenix King will be our winner for today. I'll have to contact him because there was a prize for today's tournament. A new player of their choice gets a DLC. So I'll hit him up and see who he wants to get that. Thanks to everyone who played today. We had a nice 4-hour stream. And yeah, that'll be it for me for now. I got to record some videos and do some stuff. If you need more Warhammer 3 content, do check out our daily videos at 8 in the morning. Yeah, and tomorrow we have a stream around the same time, 1 hour later than today, but it will be 5 global bans per person before the tournament even starts. So a lot of the OP factions will be kicked out. We'll probably see a lot of low tiers. That one is less sweaty than this tournament. This tournament was everyone trying their best as far as I know, though Phoenix King did tell me he was memeing a bit when he took the Pterodons versus me, and he didn't think that they would do as well as they did. But, yeah. So, there was your sweaty, tons of healing, tons of Bretonnia tournament. Tomorrow, you'll get to see some lower tier stuff. It is scheduled on the channel if you're also like, an hour later doesn't help me, I'm listening to the VOD or doing whatever. Dude, I don't know. It's on the YouTube schedule. And if it's already happened, then just check the live VODs. It's going to be the one right after this one. All right. Can you check Fireball's air-to-air? That does not seem appropriate for this stream. Goodbye, everybody.